How you doing, Twerks? Alt Rogue is level 85. Right now we're doing just our daily heroic. Just trying to get the throwing weapon. The only upgrade I can kind of get that's not a BOE, but yeah, I've been full with honor gear on this character, so I had no reason to do more battlegrounds. But last like day and a half, I kind of finished my Alt Rogue leveling. I had a lot of IRL stuff I had to do yesterday. I made up for it because I streamed on my day off instead. But we got the leveling done because I know it's like that's more boring to stream. And now we have a reason to do battlegrounds again to get the second character ready. But my bad. Thought you were like typing pickpocket, I ran away. Hello, coming. Where to get the cogwheel sockets? There should be a vendor that you trade them for right by the engineering trainer in Stormwind or in Twilight Highlands. And it's like various things you trade for the different types of gems. I forget which each one you need as to trade, but you could just buy whatever you need to trade on the auction house. Like really cheap stuff. I'm shamelessly leaving after I kill this one. Yeah, crit mode. Uh, Try to get NG and tailoring. If you want to do a gathering profession early expansion to try to make money, you can, but I mean, you kind of just passively generate gold by playing a lot. Like, you almost make 1,000 a day off just dailies and like hold Brad, even though you don't need to do them for anything. Like, if you just want to farm like the transmog or something, or get a weapon from Tolbarad dailies, since you have bad RNG and heroics or something. But yeah, you can get money from dailies. You could do archaeology and like sell the Tolvir things. You can a lot of just kind of passive gold you generate. Just sell cloth whenever you get it. People need a level first aid and tailoring and stuff. And honestly, the trick is don't go to 525 and don't do goggles if you're poor. You can learn synapse springs as early as like 470. And you can do NG for like under 5k if you just stop at synapse springs and don't go for the goggles. But if you're going for the goggles, it's gonna cost you like 20k. Like goggles and leveling that high and stuff like that. Obviously prices change. Like my second rogue, I went from 400 in Wrath to 470 with Synapse for like under 5k. Now HPAL's actually really good. It wasn't that great back in the day, but everyone's saying it's gonna be like the most popular healer because of how Cleavy Season 1 is gonna be. Yeah, tailoring is really expensive because cloth is like 100 gold a stack. Weapon doesn't exist, man. Don't really want to queue solo group PGs, so obviously. You want to do some now, Bodhi, if you're here? First round soda. Level alt tailoring. I'm working on it. I had 30k when I started professions on this character. And right now I'm still at 27k. So yeah, I did engineering for less than 3k, I guess. Or no, because I had 4k leveling. So total I had 34k. So I did engineering for like 7. Yeah, I have 17k on this one and 10 on the other one. I mean, I guess Winter Grasp is in 14 minutes. Or Tolbrad is, I mean. So what do I gotta make next? Tailoring guide. Still could. What Tolbrad dagger? I think you need honored, which only if you do the ones actually inside the battleground and not like in the normal area. There's like way more dailies, and you can get honored in like 1 or 2 days, or maybe it's revered. I'm not sure, but and by doing the daily solos rep, you'll have the commendations for it too. It's a good way to get a weapon that's like not tied to a heroic lockout, where you can have bad RNG. But I mean, at the end of the day, you're gonna buy your weapon week 1, hopefully. So. I just can't remember if it's like the system where you upgrade your tier 1 weapon into a tier 2, or if it's just like you waste conquest points if you buy a conquest weapon and it's not a 2200 weapon. In which case, people that can't hit 2200 are kind of fucked. But honestly, I think the conquest is so fast that I don't think it matters. Like, you'll get full gear anyway. There was tier 2 weapons in CATA, weren't there? Pretty sure. In regards to saying you can't upgrade it? Okay, that's good to know. You can upgrade it from tier 1? I don't know. Some people were saying you can't. Hopefully filling up a BG group right now. I'm looking around asking people while I do professions. And then worst case cold brides in 5 minutes. I mean, so much more silk than I need. Or no, I think you go back to silk later. Never mind. Yeah, no. I guess I'm not leveling tailoring right now until those prices go back down. I mean, 300 at 2 gold per. I mean, that's like almost Ember Silk level prices. That guy's an asshole. I mean, I only need 376 times 2.3. That's still almost 1,000 gold. Oh, wait. Do you need max professions? They do give you sizable bonus, yeah. But if you're just like playing like to Glad or like 2200 or something, it's winnable without them. You can like wait a month for the prices to go down too. It's not like a pay to win thing. You can wait for prices to crash. Because there's going to be conquest catch up anyway. Like your conquest rating isn't tied to your CR at all. So you don't have to do 5s, you don't have to do RBGs. Yeah, I'm making a group. I don't know if we even have a healer though. I didn't make the group. At the end of the day, the season starts at full gear. And there's a completely healthy catch-up conquest. So if you're like a month late, you can get completely caught up to me on conquest. That's why people that buy BOEs and stuff are really stupid. They spend like hundreds of dollars worth of gold I guess something they literally just replaced in 2 weeks. And it doesn't really affect their, like, rating. They don't snowball the season because of it or anything like that. Like, if gearing was incredibly slow, maybe. Maybe the goggles? I mean, I'm not doing goggles on my alt. Stopped engineering at 470 as soon as I got synapse. Goggles are not that much either compared to spending literally 100k on a throwing weapon. Or 100k on a 359 dagger. That shit's useless. You just replace it instantly. Helps you basically with your placement games almost, that's it. There's a lot of different daggers you can get. There's like the Tolbarad daggers, the heroic daggers. Fast way to get to 85, dungeon spam, to be honest. You don't even care about your reps either. Because you just get the PvP enchants anyway. 1,000 honor on the helm enchant and 2,000 honor on the shoulder enchant. It's like a cash shop set. When you buy the thing that gives you the boost, the Blazing Edition or whatever. I had like codes to give out. Like a streamer thing, so I kind of got that for free, but yeah, if you get... Is it honored? No, it's revered for the dagger, which would only take you a couple days to actually get revered. The season's starting in a couple days, so yeah, there's usually like 5 dailies out here, and then once you actually like win Tolbarad, there's a lot of dailies inside the actual like PvP area. But also just doing your dailies is like an extra like 1,000 gold a day, like in between queues. I need to install better Blizz plates. He gave me the beta version to bug test it for him. Let me install that real quick. Hey, Jordan Tolbrad, you can just queue for it, like at the PvP tab even. Oh, the absorb indicator's not there? That's unfortunate. I think you can do it below 85. I'm not sure though. You're in second rogue? Why not, dude? You want me to just not do my job and not go live for like 4 days? And been like, oh yeah, the season's coming out, but I'm full gear. Or do you want me to just grind Battlegrounds with full gear and completely waste my time? If I'm gonna PvP, I might as well get something for it. I don't know if I like the dark mode on classic. I already kind of got used to that. But maybe I'll just do it. 60. Get it. Guy's just hearthing out? No way. Bro told him to respect the 1v1 even though he's got like a fucking 5 billion gear advantage. I have 0 Rizzo. I had to pre-wall there. The lock saved me. That's rude because we had the 1v1. I mean, we lost anyway. That wasn't that worth it, to be honest. I forgot what I have this set to. Using Plater? No. I just had a class color script in my Naj UI scripts that's in the Discord binds and add-on channel, but it will be replaced by Better Blues frames when it's done. Right now, the guy that makes it, he's a mod in my chat. He's having me beta test it real quick for him. Just send him all the errors that I get. off OCD thing? Alright. Tailoring and engineering. NGJC, okay? I mean, I like tailoring. I don't really care about having passive stats. Rogue is like a bursty class. So you want more burst windows. So having an extra little proc trinket is way better. Like, if anything, you would drop NG then if you really wanted jewel crafting. Because you already can have 2 on use trinkets. Like, once you have double on use, you're using NG more as like a restealth slash like a vanish window. If that makes sense. How do I move my target of target back? I don't think this needed to be moved. Or at least the default movement of it was too much. And up. Look at this. It's not a proc, it's an on-use trinket. And then tailoring is an actual proc, and it's 1,000 attack power. Yeah, NG's just another burst window where it's like a little mini halfway on-use trinket. And then tailoring is just another proc trinket. First time I've seen Horde ever win a BG. Except this. way over hit capped right now. I have crippling Pokemon, right? Am I such a late stream? I've been doing a lot of PvE stuff off stream, like for leveling. I made a whole second route. I just didn't want to level on stream. More cozy to just zone out to like watching the YouTube or other streams and shit. Makes leveling more enjoyable. I'm gonna dance warrior in the bomb there. I like tried to pre-bomb him running into it. Crazy how long I lived there with 100 resilience. My only PvP piece is gloves right now. I just used the one on Google, yeah, the WoW Professions one. It's a little wrong. It usually makes you buy a little more than you need, but I think it's just estimating average RNG on whether you get skill ups or not on yellow, you know? They're both inaccurate, but there's no way to like 100% have it be accurate. Sometimes they just kind of overestimate you maybe like 10%. Yeah, they're both human. It was Night Elf, but I was just like, you know what? It looks better. Like, literally. Night Elf seemed more fun, but then I was just, the animations were just janking me a little bit. I already had a race change left over for Min Wrath when I bought them in bulk on sale to go Night Elf in the first place. So. I just spent a lot of money over the years on WoW, yeah. I mean, just having 3 subscriptions for years and years is crazy too. Because of EU, and then Classic and Retail not being dual boxable. So 2 NA, 1 EU. Do I not have Blind Glyph on? I don't. I was like, how come my fucking emo dot was still on that guy? Probably not. I don't really have that much interest in retail. I'll like grab rank 1 last week or something on my main, or like my ult, because my main doesn't even have 150 wins. My ult does. But I'm not that excited to play War Within. I'll like give War Within a brief shot, and I'll like finish out this season just because I have most of the gear. But yeah, I'm not really fond of playing Outlaw and Asa in like 10-minute mana games and just fighting Demon Hunters every game and shit. Boring. I hate Asa Rogue with a passion, and that's just the best rogue spec. I mean, hopefully there'll be a mop after it. But yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, I want to have fun, and if War Within sucks ass and Kata doesn't lead into mop, and War Within isn't that good for my stream, I'll just quit altogether. I hope there's gonna be a mop. That'd be sick. Do I stream League? I mean, I don't like FPS games. And League is almost as old as WoW now at this point. Like, I could get Diamond or Masters or something playing Riven, but not that fun. And it's just as toxic of a solo queue as WoW. I'm a control freak, and losing because my bot lane goes 0-10 in 5 minutes is not fun. And if WoW completely fully dies out, then I just have to quit streaming and get a real job again. But I hope it doesn't do that. I hope Kata is amazing for my stream, and then I hope they do mop. I have a little bit of copium, but yeah, I don't really want to force myself to play War Within if I hate it. Like, I'd rather just be working, you know, than play BG Blitz all day. Sounds fucking miserable. It doesn't seem like they're supporting Arena at all. It just seems like their focus is entirely on BG Blitz. And they're never going to address the PvE meta and all that. It's meh. I mean, I'm going to play with a lot of people, hopefully. Also, I'm having an alt rook, so I can kind of YOLO some things that are like too YOLO. So I can just play as much as possible. Not too YOLO? No, that's what the alt rogue is for, man. We'll spot this guy. I don't mind the default frames. I use them on retail too, for the most part. Just better Blizz plates kind of modifies them a little bit. Like, all you really need is class colors. And the default plates are fine. And, you know, big debuffs can show important things. I'm so much more energy starved not having 4-piece. I should have been able to afford growth there. That's why I couldn't have did that. But... and I just got no crits on backstab. I have... my crit's actually fine. I just have way over hit cap. Check my Discord. You can't really go that high on expertise, so it's not worth maxing it out. Like, even in Avizor's Bistless, he's at like 5. You just can't afford it. You can just go off of like Step Kidney or Cheap Shot, you know? You don't need to religiously land every gouge. Like, damage is more important. Like, later seasons, yeah, you can afford it pretty cheap. Every BG, I'm gonna get exponentially stronger. I have no gear right now. Compared to my other rogue where I'm just like two-shotting people right now, practically. Probably want to do helmet second, since I'm not really doing NG goggles. Because I want to have a meta gem, probably. Yeah, my damage is crazy on the other rogue. Character dinged a couple hours ago, and the only time it's been played is professions. I did synapse sprinks, but I'm not gonna do NG goggles because I got a save gold. Still don't have tailoring proc either. But right now, some asshole has like the prices jacked way up on tailoring, so I'm waiting. It was literally like a 300% markup, and I was just like, I'm not about to spend over 1,000 on just mage weave. When I don't even have a good cape to enchant anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, his is the best. Yeah, he's been around forever, man. He's played a lot of private servers too. But CATA Original is nothing like CATA Classic. Neither was Wrath. Not just that the private server meta was more fleshed out over people practicing for many years past. Also just that the retail code is very different. How it like bleeds into Classic. A lot of like different buggier interactions and stuff that can happen. And there's like no spell batching too. I mean, there's like 1 or 2 PvE items that could be technically slightly better, but you can get like #1 on ladder without them. They're really side grades. You do not need like the heroic raid helmet or like the ring or whatever. Just having more resil is fine, especially season 1 where hunters are terrifying for like jungle and like cleave. Like, extra resil is fine. Like, you don't really need to get like an epic heroic raiding helmet. Like full conquest gear is fine. I'm literally 100 honor off the helmet. That's annoying. Signups end in 15 days, and the tourney's in 20 days. So I'm not gonna fucking just sign with people I don't know if they're taking it seriously yet. I'm gonna play with a bunch of people for like a week and a half, and then I'm going to decide. Like right at the deadline. Registration ends in 12 days. On the 7th. And the season starts on the 28th. So I'll have about, you know, a week and a half of actual arena gameplay to decide who I want to play with. Do you think arena team should come back? No. They were terrible for the game. There was so much politics of like, hey, Nuts and Chan, come join my team and, you know, get me within 100 CR. And then, you know, my team's 100 rating higher than I am, but I get rewards from, you know, there's so much fucking shit stuff. And then also it just makes people not want to play with each other. Because it's like, oh, I don't want to like lose my CR to go play with someone else. And it just makes the game 10 times more dead. There's nothing more toxic than arena teams. They were cool and nostalgic like back in the day, but they're archaic and they make the game much harder to play. Barriers to entry are always bad. The only thing that's cool is that you can reset your CR constantly to go for a good win rate. You're like snobby about that. And you're like, oh, I want to go, you know, for 42-0. Okay, restart the 42-0, like that, I guess. But that's the only pro that outweighs like 10 cons. Not worth it. How long is the sub goal for? I don't know. I had some big donos the last like month and a half to kind of evens it out, but probably like next month, you know, like late next month or something. Unless the tournament goes extremely well or something, but I mean, if I just stop making, you know, what my rent is, I can't like afford it to be worth my time. Maybe like 2 months. Maybe I could lower the goal to like 500 or 600. But yeah, I can't be having like, you know, 100, 200 subs and making under $1,000 for 6 days a fucking week. You know, like if I'm not making at least 1,500 to 2K, it's not worth my time. And even then, that's like beyond below minimum wage. Like if I average out my last year, I was basically making $9 an hour. And at the end of the day, I do it because I enjoy it. But if I can't pay rent and shit, then yeah, it's just not productive. And I'll just play for fun off stream or something. I can't because all my family is here. I made 27K last year and my rent was 20K. Like if it wasn't for my girlfriend's also income of us living together for like, you know, 2 or 3 years, it would be completely screwed. But at the end of the day, like my share of like rent and utilities and stuff and normal bills and food and everything is usually around 1,200. Like normally I just subsidize it by my love for the game and just doing more hours. And then the dollar per hour is not that bad because like a couple like really generous people help me keep going. But right now retail has been completely dead for me since January. And it's just been I don't think I can make it till CATA. I don't think I can make it till CATA. Oh, I got the giant Zaryu donation. You know, okay, I think I can make it to CATA. Now we're at CATA and now, you know, hopefully arena starts. We're back at like 200, 300 plus viewers all the time. We're like collabing with a bunch of other streamers. We're winning every game. And we're pumping and, you know, we go back to getting 20 plus subs a day instead of like 5 on some days. And we get it back. But, you know, if it's just a ghost town, there's not really a point. I mean, I'm just enjoying this way more. I mean, that's the thing, is CATA is way more fun. Because you get to play pre-Legion sub-rogue. Energy actually matters. You actually can do damage. DC actually matters. Interrupts actually matter. Retail just feels like I'm literally doing a Mythic Plus dungeon every single game since January. I'm just staring at details. I'm like looking at my DPS. I watch Waz or Peekaboo or myself play well, and we're always last on damage by like 10 million against like any of like the top 10 classes. and we just rely on our, you know, CC and like stuff to kind of like edge out an advantage, is just keeping people stunned for a boomkin or something to carry the game. And it's not satisfying or fun. I don't really know that many H plus. Like ideally, I would want retail to be fun, but Kata is so much more fun. I mean, that's like the last season, but the whole expansion's like a year. Yeah, it'd be cool if they made the legendaries not proc in arena. And then maybe like nerf Vile and Cunning and all the PvP PvE trinkets in half in arena. So that like double on use is like definitely better. I'd be perfectly okay with that. I don't know if they're gonna do that many changes, but the changes they have done, I like. I mean, I hate that spell batching's gone, but I love that they did the conquest catch up, and that you don't have to do 5s or RBGs, because I hate 5s. That was like a big like turn off to Wrath, where it's just like everyone has their weapons, and it's like I don't really want to do the politics of 5s. It's a headache. There is cross-realm arenas. It's not cross-realm PvE, I don't think. I think Dungeon Finder is cross-realm. I think. Yeah, there's cross-realm arena. You don't get to hemo pre-dance? Kind of situational. Depends on like your combo points. Probably not. I mean, 16% is a big deal. Depends, like, if you're gonna have, like, multiple globals of uptime. Like, if they're gonna trinket or something. Also, you could just subsidize it with how you do your Garrod in the combo. Just have Sang B from Garrod. Probably because Throwdown isn't guaranteed. Whereas Cheap Shot and Step Kidney kind of are. Warrior's a much weaker class. I don't know if I would say all Warriors should go 20 expertise. It's very hard to afford expertise in Season 1. Like in the later seasons, yeah, everyone can go it. But it's very, very expensive. Delete on CD. Like how much damage you lose for it. Like stat budget. Because there's not that much secondary stats in the first season. And not that much Resil. That's why cleave stuff is always good in like the beginning of TBC, beginning of Wrath, beginning of Kata. Like Thug Cleave and Jungle Cleave are going to be like the scariest things because there's just not going to be enough Resil and not enough stamina. So people are going to be really squishy. No, I'm just saying like overall stat budget of how much stats you would have at best in slot. You would lose such a gigantic percent of your damage to get truly perfect RNG. Whereas later in the expansion, you barely lose anything to get it. Because you just have way more secondary stats that you can kind of throw at it. Even though there isn't really secondary stat DRs like there is in retail, but it still makes a difference. Let's gotta go on. The main rogue is Biss, and the alt rogue is got 2 pieces so far. We're getting there. But yeah, I'm not doing NG goggles on this character because it's kind of a waste. Did not give me enough time for this. Probably buy on use trinket next. This one is barely in. Canceled the trade. He doesn't have the APM. Oh, I opened it. Opened on accident. 30G, 72 silver. Told me to keep it. Oh yeah. Whole PG, I'm just trying to track the guy down to just trade him his boxes. Yeah, I mean, just go for 7% hit and then as much crit as you can. You don't really need the PvE gear. Just have your bleed modifier up, get good stuns and garrotes, and do good peels. Maybe run away a lot between like your DRs and stuff sometimes. Good interrupts. Keep up recoup for the energy regen. There's a lot more value in like your individual globals. It's not like a rotation game like retail. It's actually about the actual PvP and not just raw multitasking APM of a PvE rotation. And having 5 million weak aura procs. Like the rotations are really simple, but you actually have energy management. But even if the rotation is like really simple, there's just way more PC stuff going on. And positioning stuff mattering. How you doing, Slate? Went to a LAN last night. What'd you play? Oh, for leveling? Yeah, we finished this character earlier today. Now we're honor gearing the second character. Because we need 2 rogues like degenerates. Don't think I can cap this because I spent a global blinding, but let's see if he panic trinkets anyway. or if anyone comes to follow up CC. I was hoping I would like bait him to trinket anyway and then just vanish out. I shouldn't have used a bomb here. But thought it was gonna give me a restart a little sooner. Hopefully they can purchase Bob. Yeah, the best advice is just do Winter Grasp on CD. Practically set a phone alarm for it and do it every 3 hours. Because it's worth multiple battlegrounds, and you can kind of just mentally AFK it. And that will get you your honor gear done pretty quick. You just do a couple Winter Grasps a day. You don't really need to do any PV stuff. Honor can get you the helm and shoulder enchant, so you don't need rep. The only thing that's kind of annoying is maybe weapons. But you can get a really easy offhand with justice points. Honestly, having a 333 from the quest versus having a 346 heroic dagger doesn't matter that much, because you're going to probably buy a weapon in week 1 with conquest, so. And even if you kind of start to fall behind, you can completely catch up on conquest, and your conquest points is not tied to your rating at all. You don't have to do 5s, you don't have to do RBGs. If you're a month late, you literally can just get caught up. No, it's way faster. I mean, retail is really fast conquest too. This season, because it's like meant to be a shorter filler season. So they made, because I know they're making CATA like 1 year, so they made this season and CATA really fast for gearing. You earn conquest after every arena. It's gonna be like the retail system, and it's not based off your rating at all. And you can be late and completely catch up multiple weeks of conquest. So like the exact conquest cap amount. And there's like no vault or anything, so really, really quality of life. Yeah, shuffle is dog shit for conquest here. What's the name of the meta gem that I want? Agile Shadow Spirit. You know, I mean, this is like my second or third BG on this character. I haven't keyed any BGs on my main today, which has full gear. Morning, be the man. I don't have my CATA one uploaded yet. So I gotta do that. CATA's going great. I'm really addicted. We're already like best in slide gear on the main, outside of like BUEs and like a heroic throwing weapon that never drops when I do it every day. And then the ult, we're working on it. Shoot my points off. Then that's the vanish go. Yeah, I mean, as long as you didn't do it on launch, it's not that slow. There's a lot of like quests that took like 10 minutes because they would like bottleneck everyone trying to do them. Okay, broke this guy. Pretty rare you actually fight a Horde team in Battlegrounds. Horde is that dead. It's usually Alliance versus Alliance like every time. Wondering why this BG felt easier than normal. We don't have a healer in our group of 4 now. Maybe I'll try to get you in Bodhi since there's an opening now, I think. I think they want to get a healer though. Got Winter Grasp in an hour, and then I should have enough to buy shoulders. I think the meta gem needs a 3rd gem. Takes 3 red gems. Bottom palm to fingertip. I don't really have anything to measure it with, man. After Winter Grasp, I should be able to get on use Trinket, I think. Is it 1600 or 2000? Okay. No, it's 1600. Okay, cool. I mean, I probably should buy another socket piece first, though. Instead of on use still. Just because I need another socket for my meta gem. Hearing guide? I mean, I'd mostly go off these two Basilisks. How you doing, Magical? And CVS. I mean, I'm in a committed relationship, Raw Doggin, you know? I would say so, yeah. Already had my whole phase, you know? I've been living with my girlfriend for like 2 to 3 years. It's just finding things to talk about and not being creepy and respecting people's boundaries and just being good at communicating. Yeah, I mean, the people that leveled on launch day probably took like 10 to 15 hours because like some of the quests were really shittily designed. Where like only one person could kind of do it at a time practically, and you'd get bottlenecked like 10 minutes on a quest sometimes. But the dungeon grinders were definitely a couple hours ahead of the questers. And then in general, like this character didn't take nearly as long to level, and that's without 84 to 85 takes generally 5 hours. Better if you have like blue XP or like heirlooms. Possible to get full geared in a day? That's sketchy. Even if you like literally did Winter Grasp on CD, staying up for an entire 24 hours and you did 8 Winter Grasps, no. But at the end of the day, like it doesn't matter if you're undergeared because like your rating doesn't affect your conquest cap. And there's gonna be complete conquest catch up, so like if you're a month late to even hitting max level, you could just, you know, grind 10,000 conquest or whatever. You're good. Thanks, man. Snap out of that. Oh, I got kidney off that. Back so I can get a sap. AK using come better. To go for a re. Manage attack. Try to gouge his trinket late. Get recoup up. So I can shiv kite him around the wall over and over again until I have dance in 5. I can just kill the guy. The recoup's not going up somehow. Yep. Let's time in the garrote after the disperse. Orc? Nah. Play human. It's a lot better. But if your gun to your head have to play horde because you're like in a raiding guild or something, yeah, you can do orc or undead. Orc is probably the best though. Yeah, being able to have 2 damage trinkets just gives you way more damage. Even without PV trinkets. Like if you have double on use, you basically can use an on use every dance. Really nice. Like if you have a conquest on use and an honor on use, and then also engineering, and you can like synapse on like a vanish or a restealth go, and then you have an on use for every dance. Because the on use trinkets are worth way more stats, but they're 2-minute CD, and dance is 1 minute. Do you think they should make retail it wasn't 2-minute trinket? I think it would be cool, yeah. If it was just a free trinket, yeah. Because right now, it's kind of dumb that it's just basically 90-second trinket if you play human. Which does nothing for healers if you're a human. But I think in general, healers having 90-second trinket is also really, really bad for the game too. No, they don't stack anymore. They already nerfed that. If you synapse, trinket goes on CD for 10, and if you trinket, synapse goes on CD for 20. Because you just can't have both buffs at the same time. But yeah. It's very easy to fit synapse, even if you go double on use, into like restealth goes and banish goes, and then just having on use for every dance, which is sick. Yeah, it's the hand enchant for engineering. You know, work. I mean, I think Undead's cooler, but yeah. Now, Blood Elf maybe could be okay in like early Wrath, but Blood Elf is pretty terrible, I think. Because you already have just Garrote. Like, I think just go old Undead, you know, because the animations are sick. If there's like a gun to your head to play Horde, but like Undead if you want to be cool, and then like Orc if you just want to try to be sweaty, even though Horde is just not going to be sweaty. Because there's going to be almost zero LFG experience on Horde, and you're going to lose every single battleground. It is brutal. Horde is literally just for people that want to raid. And don't even care about PvP. Like, Chanimal is like the only relevant Horde person I know. Like, pretty much almost every battleground is Alliance versus Alliance. I'm on Benediction. This guy. So I can get a crippling proc. Guys are pretty linked. Apparently my auto attack didn't one-shot it. I always have to forget that Hunter's Mark doesn't actually need to be cloaked. And maybe sap this guy, he gets combat. Once we have KT Cata. I mean, at least this is central and not East Coast like KT was. It was really dumb that everyone followed Snuts to KT and Cata because it's an East Coast realm. Central is much more fair for everyone. Even like, you know, I iconically I would prefer to just be privileged West Coast Andy, but like when it was BG9, BG9 is West Coast. Early League of Legends used to be West Coast too, but nowadays almost every game is usually Central. I'm gonna come out at this because I have a bleed on me. Wish I had like rocket boots or something to run, that'd be sick. Might actually get this. No one else is up here. Unless this guy just trinkets. But I have blind for his trinket. Oh, the SP stops me. Actually, the dot doesn't get me. Like, I tried to Shadow Word pain me instead of press, like, death. If you press, like, Shadow Word death, you'd interrupt it. It's really good. CC to all 3, dying for cheap. Big heal. And then you redo poison section. The OG blackmail, yeah. Wait, everyone I watch, like the music has like gone back in time to Kata. It's hilarious. I don't know if everyone is that drunk on the nostalgia, but it's just been like Kata playlists on everyone's stream. People just want to go back, man. Nice to feel young again, you know? Next BG I can get Holy Shoulders, I guess. The name of the agility resil enchant, Lucent Ember Topaz. Ron Jenkins, it is. Got Winter Grasp in 26 minutes. Generally you go 7% hit, and then as much crit as you can. You don't really bother with expertise that much. Maybe go to like 5 or like maybe 9. But you can't really afford to get like the 20 you would need in season 1. Why 7? Because of Night Elves and a few other like anti-hit talents. Can't pre-med with the bop, that's crazy. I thought you could at least use pre-med. The prep banish when the spear ever breaks. Doesn't. A combination of both. Generally, it's just 7% hit, because that's what you need because of Night Elf and anti-hit talents. And then crit is just the best stat for Season 1. And I just go for as much crit as I can. It's not really math or anything, it's just priorities. It's like hit cap, then crit. Because you get more backstab crits for energy regen on Glyph of Backstab. And then you just get more fluid combo points with Honor Monk Thieves. And crit also helps you with builders and spenders. Whereas mastery only helps you with eviscerate. Doesn't help you with ambush, doesn't help you with backstab, which actually do damage in this expansion. Backstab actually hits really hard. Backstab hits harder than it does in retail. Out of a 100k health pool instead of a 1.7 million health pool. It goes from doing 1% of someone's health to like 30 to 50. Like, backstab is like an eviscerate level threat. I don't think you can travel entry while grow silence. I'm not sure though. Oh yeah, the buffs. I can't tell if I have poisons or not. That's why I kept forgetting poison. Because of the Better Blizz settings. I'm like beta testing Better Blizz frames. This is my only cat. Holy shit, that hit hard. I guess it's because I have like no resil mode. There's the second deter. You turn. Or settings off, I guess. You think I could fit more than one cat in my 800 square foot apartment? It already gets into too much trouble with how cluttered everything is. Tried to kick the MD there. have a smoke bomb or anything. Good point. Hoping I can outrun him with sprint there, but you can zoom out more, yeah. You just need a like an add-on like Leatrix or advanced interface options. You should have a setting in there somewhere. Could have kicked the monkey stun there. Maybe I should do belt instead of shoulders, actually. Then I can put on rocket boots, too. I'm not going to get the shoulder enchant, but I'm okay with putting belt buckle and stuff on. I was thinking about rushing 4-set, though, if I did shoulders. Rocket boots is more fun. I mean, I'll get it all eventually, anyway. Shouldn't have recoup or redirected my points, but I was just gonna recoup anyway. The belt. Oh, I think I'm 10 on or off 11 actually. It's 1650, I think. Rigged. Nah, random and weekend BGs are better. So like this weekend, it's Strand of the Ancients. So Strand of the Ancients basically counts as a random in terms of just being worth double. Yeah. Don't like that. I don't know. It elevates it and takes from it. There wasn't really a using your brain. It was just people played wrong. It's a steroids and baseball thing. In retail, it definitely lowers it. But, yeah. Depends on what it is. Like, most weak auras are things you already had in add-ons back then. Like, the various alerts of, like, a CC or something that happens. People just had Vive spell alerter. People wanted to track their tailoring and proc trinket. They just had extra CD. Not new. People had add-ons for everything. I think by default, most of the add-ons people have should just be in the game already anyway, though. Like, there's no excuse that the built-in arena frame doesn't have DRs. Like, the built-in arena frame should just be S arena. Big debuff should just be baseline. Like, there's some that are okay. It's just where do you draw the line? And I think maybe like the ability alerts and sound effects and maybe like Omnibar and stuff can be problematic, yeah. Defensive smoke bomb, I guess. Look at this. I don't think I have combat numbers on this character compared to the other one. I mean, that's the nice thing about Classic is you don't actually need that many weak auras. Because you don't have to, like, understand every other class's DPS rotation. To, like, know when to cuck over their DPS. It's just like a... reacting completely to CC. And interrupts and, like, you know, positioning and... Not like a, how am I gonna peel this Incarn for 30 seconds, or this Red Wings for 30 seconds, or this stop him from having Adrenaline Rush come off CD before it even finishes. Because retail is just a war of uptime. Not really about, like, key moments. I think with certain add-ons, just having more information at your disposal and processing that more information does just, you know, raise what's possible, steroids and baseball style. Because at the end of the day, like, even below rank 1, like 99.999% of people are not gonna have the Rain Man to keep a perfect metronome in their head. Been like, okay, DRs are in, you know, 1.6 seconds. I'm gonna time this perfectly. Like, it raises the skill cap of the whole game. Fighting fire with fire. But it's more just a problem that the default UI should just not be so dog shit. I don't know, I didn't hear, like, the quote beforehand. Maybe he was talking about old tourneys on LAN when you weren't allowed to have add-ons. But I don't know. That's a cop out for most people that are just too lazy to set things up. I think a lot of the add-ons that are, you know, that are currently allowed at the last LAN should just be in the default UI. Like, I think Omnibar is usually pretty bad for the game. Same with most, like, weak war alerts and stuff. But I think, you know, like, S Arena should be baseline, big debuff should be baseline. I mean, when he did the EU versus NA thing at BlizzCon, where there was like no commentators and you had to stand to watch it in person with no chairs. When Cubsy was randomly healing Waz's team, Waz won that game without combo points because his whole UI bugged out. I don't know. Who needs a UI when you can just give up having combo points too? You know, more APM, I guess, right? We got Stunner with the Prime. Thank you so much, man. It's been a minute, man. Not even using the loaf jam. You gonna arena with? I honestly have no clue yet. Hopefully just a bit of everyone. That's why I'm having an alt rogue, so I'm not as picky. I have like 12 days to decide who I want to play the tournament with. And just see who's actually taking it seriously, you know, and who's just playing it like, casually and stuff like that. I think obviously Snuts, Chan, and Cubsy are going to win the whole thing. Even if RLS isn't the best comp. In Season 1. In Season 1, the game with really low resil, Thug Cleave and Jungle Cleave are favored, for sure. But, you know, I would love to play Rogue Hunter with, like, Jelly or SSDS or Robots or just a whole bunch of different hunters. Because it's 3-player rosters. Not 4-player also. So it's less about kind of being counter copy. But there is going to be a tournament realm. So, you know. Technically, you could probably practice in multi-class without actually having a character leveled, you know. I don't think anyone's going to do that, though. 'Cause, you know. Unless they, like, got a lot of private server practice in. Okay. I mean, there's a lot of mages like Hansel and Aegis and stuff that I wouldn't be opposed if they asked, but I think my first choice is probably Thug Cleave. Most mages' first choice is gonna be Mage Lock too. I don't know if Rogue Mage can like win the whole thing. Like later seasons, it's really, really good, obviously, but I was kind of just being carried by the PvE gear and stuff. I am usually an RMP purist, but I mean, I haven't gotten to play that much RMP in so long. Every expansion is some bullshit ass outlaw PvE comp anyway. Multiple expansions in a row. I don't get to have that much RMP fun anymore. Kinda, you know, had it whittled out of me. How damp the last few expansions have been. I mean, if Jelly wanted to play, maybe, yeah. My conspiracy theory is they're gonna merge Sod and Kata together after Kata's over. Because of Remix. And that's gonna be like the equivalent of Classic Plus. That's the smart thing to do. They're like, oh shit, we have 4 different versions of WoW running at the same time. How do we get it down to 2? Unless they're just interest checking MoP with MoP Remix, even though it's not an accurate test at all, because Remix is literally just retail with quests for different rewards. Classic hardcore side. I mean, hardcore is basically still classic to me. It's just promo vanilla. I think there's the few remaining solid PvPers that did the world PvP and Battlegrounds just came to Kata probably. You say that, but I think most people are actually going to prefer Kata than MoP, even though I loved MoP back in the day. The only thing is that there's a little bit less PB gear, which is nice. But, yeah, things like Burst of Speed were stupid, Paralytic Poison, Monks. Blood Fear, you know. I think Kata Plus is a cooler idea than MoP, honestly. I mean, we'd be playing Season 15 in Season 12, so MoP Warrior would already be a little pre-nerfed. But I don't like Demo AoE tongues and Chaos Wave and like Burst of Speed, Paralytic Poison, Dematerialize, Nimble Brew. Symbiosis is like novelty, it's cool, but yeah. Pretty dog shit, like, when you actually think about it. It's not even God Comp, it's Hunter Lock, where you literally get 45-second instant CC change. Okay, they Wyvern Stinked me into a half trap, into a silence, into a DR scatter, into a Shatter Fury, into another instant cast fear, into a CS, into another Wyvern Sting, into another half trap. Like, the pacing was fun, the amount of buttons was fun, everyone being OP is fun. But in terms of, like, improving it, it's easier to improve Kata towards perfection than it is to improve MoP towards perfection. If you were actually making good changes from, like, a starting point. As, like, a template. I mean, it just, there's so many shitty abilities in MoP. Like Burst of Speed. I don't know. No, I don't have Spine Render. I mean, Wrath was great back in the day. The community kind of ruined Wrath Classic. Also, Wrath, like, private server experiences were just very different because they kind of rebalanced the game a little bit with things like nerfing Sacred Cleansing. Honestly, I don't think this is as ruined because CATA Classic is more retail-y in terms of like people, the audience. It doesn't have like the pure cheater TBC vanilla audience. Like most of the people that just kind of cheated their way all the way through Wrath Classic are kind of gone. Like I see way more retail people than I see those people. Because they're like, oh, I can't play H-Ball Warrior anyway, what's the point? Yeah, this is my ult. Yeah, this is the rogue that was Night Elf. I race changed it. Yeah, I haven't really seen anyone using slurs and stuff. No, I haven't really seen anything. Maybe I just don't look at chat that much though. Or it's an EU thing, yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, NA is not really like that at all. From what I've seen. I'm guessing he's meaning the F version of it, you know, but... I don't know, I've had a really positive time with it for the most part. It's just the character info and all that. It's a weak aura. Most of mine are here, I think. Like on the Kata side. The third link. How much core is that in the winter rest with you? Let me see. This is 120 versus 32. That's not that bad. I've actually seen it where it's literally 120 versus 5. And the people that are the 5 have like millions of HP almost. It's like literal 5 raid bosses. Let me see if I can find one of the few horde. This guy only has 11 stacks. Ironic that NA is supposed to be, you know, freedom of speech, but we're all way more quick to cancel each other. And all the Europeans are like the true degens that just 4chan it up. It's kind of ironic. I don't know, maybe it's like a specific problem with your server or something. I don't know. Is that like a really degenerate server? Compared to just playing on like the normal like PvP servers? I don't even know what the actual PvP server is for EU and Classic. Parma is the PvP server for Classic? I've never noticed that on Ravencrest playing retail, but obviously that's retail versus Classic. work the parallel. That's like a months from now project with full blue XP and heirlooms. I'm in that wash after one season or whatever guild that a bunch of people are in. I think Egg is in there, Hansel's in there, Venruki's in there, Valrath and them are in there. I stream full-time 6 days a week. Right now I've been struggling hard, so I don't know how many more months I have in me. I really have to hope that Kata just kind of saves my stream once Arena kicks off. If we can get back to being like a couple hundred viewer Andy at like, you know, 500 to 1,000 subs. Cause I gotta be able to pay my rent, you know. Hopefully stuff pops off when Kata starts, you know. We got top damage with the Prime. Thank you so much. I'm trying to, you know. Last year I basically made 27k the entire year at 6 days a week. Like I averaged it out, like showing everyone my analytics, and it was like $9 an hour. Like I made 27k and my rent was 20k. Like if I was single I would be screwed. But yeah, my girlfriend's income helps a lot. Oh, it's taxed. I get taxed into the ground. If my expenses weren't so high, I would have owed like 5 or 6k in taxes, even on 27k income. Because self-employed is taxed so much higher. But if my expenses were so high, I got it down to like 1 or 2k. Because you can kind of like do your office space, like a percentage of the square foot of your apartment, and deduct rent. And then like a few other things with luckily upgrading my computer and the text-to-speech software. It's like $40 a month. So that you guys can do all the different custom voices that no one uses enough. And the graphic designer I hired for a whole bunch of new emotes and stuff. Like I wrote literally everything I could off. And that's what got me down from like 6k to like 1.5 or something. But yeah. It's a double-edged sword though, right? Because if you deduct everything and you properly have that many expenses, you can't prove that you actually made that much. Like if I ever wanted to go for a house, if I somehow was making more or something, you know? And I just deduct everything every year, it'll just, you know, not look like I'm actually making that much to qualify for anything. No, she doesn't play well. She plays like casual, like console games and stuff. We got Alleviate, the 1 year anniversary. Thank you so much. Second rogue, I'm getting some gear hype. The main rogue is already Biss. Maybe I don't buy the belt after this BG because I go for the 4 set, maybe. I did not. I've been running it every day, but yeah. Maybe I'll like meme play Combat Rogue at one point on the alt as like a challenge. But no, I intend on playing 99% sub. Like the whole point of Kata is to re-experience pre-Legion sub rogue before they ruined it again. You can leave the Combat Rogue shenanigans, you know, for maybe Mop, honestly, because Moonman made combat work really well in Mop. I'm sure I could actually make it work. As clunky as it would be, not having like step or anything. I mean, she watches and she understands stuff, and she actually asks a lot of questions. Like, she understands the game probably better than most like rivals from my pop, even though she's never played. Like, I've had her actually make comments that weren't me leading her, of like actually understanding things that I was talking about. I try to be involved in her stuff too, you know, it's a two-way street. Like, she does a lot of knitting and artsy stuff too. And she's made me a lot of like towels and stuff like that. And I try to like learn all the differences in like DK for like double knitting versus like finger weight yarn, and like all the different like ways that like they're all like, you know, the natural fibers are all hand dyed and stuff. Like that cabinet in the background that people used to think was like a gumball machine. That is most of our budget in yarn. Because it's very expensive per skein for like the natural fiber dyed stuff that she uses for her crafts. And I try to understand it. You know, the same way that she tries to understand my stuff. And it's just being interested in each other, you know? And she's really, really good at cooking, so I've been spoiled. I get my birthday steaks, you know. I mean, we can't afford it, but I mean, maybe in like a year or two, you know. I don't want to YOLO that. It's got to mean something. Not like a ceremony type thing, but you know, in terms of like a good trip or something. I'd love to like go to Japan next year, but that's definitely not in the budget. What's crazy is just how hard it is to IRL stream to like justify it, because then I would like try to write it off on my taxes. But like those streamer backpacks and stuff with like the mobile router and all that, those are like thousands and thousands of dollars to have like a good IRL stream setup. And I'm not even talking about like the actual official like $10,000 streamer backpacks either. Like I'm talking about like just getting the parts to like jerry rig a good setup for it. It's brutal. I think it goes to like 20, but it's very risky. At 20 you might just not get a pop. I mean, in general, it's just like the food and stuff, you know? Like the Wreckful soda poppin' Japan trip was so cool to see. Like when they went to that like 3D art museum, where it was just like, you know, felt like you were just like falling off a mountain or something, just like by like walking to the other side of the room. There's just so much cool stuff like that there. I'm 6'2". Wintergrass might be a loss. It's much harder to be the attacker than it is the defender, because the vehicles don't scale with the level. So the vehicles are still level 80. It's like really easy to just kill the vehicles. It's like hard to kind of have a win condition. But normally, even with that fact, Alliance usually almost always wins Wintergrass. It's like the only one I've lost the entire expansion, even on offense. But I mean, maybe we still win, I'm not sure. It's just people aren't like getting all the vehicles in one big push. Alliance fingers, yeah. Size 12.5 shoe, you know what they say, big socks. I mean, this is a 120 versus 120. That's pretty rare. Or you're saying you want the 120 versus 5 so that you always win, so you just don't get the first lobby. Because the first lobby is the only lobby that can potentially have a horde player in it. Yeah, that's smart. There's not enough horde players to make multiple lobbies. I'm surprised they don't just make Wintergrass be Alliance versus Alliance. Just like all the BGs. I'm sure they have the technology. I died in prep vanish. Unlucky. Do you think War Within's gonna be good? I mean, I will briefly try to make an opinion, but I'm not optimistic. There's almost not a single class that's excited PvE or PvP for how hero talents are, except for maybe Windwalkers being a little less clunky. But it's just more rotation, passive proc bloat that you need weak auras for, and more random pets all over the screen. And it seems like their focus is entirely on BG Blitz. Doesn't seem like they care about Arena at all. So it's just, the copium is just play Kata and Mop if you want to be an Arena player. But then what happens, right? They do Mop for like a year, and then Arena's just over. If Retail is dead and no one does WAD. Because no one wants WAD. I mean, my tinfoil hat is they do a Kata Plus. Because they did Mop Remix. And they merge Sod and Kata together into one thing. And they just have a hardcore be a feature of that Kata Sod hybrid. And then they have just 2 versions of WoW instead of like 4 or 5. But you know, the Hail Mary if they do that. But there just needs to be something for like the future of Arena, you know? Because I don't see Retail moving forward at all. It's gonna be permanently stuck in this PvE meta where they just hate CC. And I hate the micro CC stuff, you know, where it's just you stare at details and all that matters is damage. And it's just way harder to balance, where it's just like, okay, Demon Hunter's clearly the best PvE class this patch. And like, it's just so much shittier. Like, even if they nerf DH into the ground, it'd be like, okay, now DK is the new PvE spec that everyone plays, and everyone just rerolls. And it's not really a matter of, oh, make it harder to reroll, because then that just means noobs can't play, period. And then the game still dies, you know, like... It's a very difficult problem to solve outside of just separating Mythic Plus from Arena by doing a full-on PvP server where you're just stuck on PvP Island and can't do any PvE content, and having a full different PvP talent tree when you play on that server, and make Arena be tied to that server. And then you can just make the rewards trickle over to both the PvP server and, you know, like normal... leveling it's faster than TBC and Wrath, but it's still going to take you 10 to 20 hours. 20 if you're insanely slow with no gear, and you're, you know, like even questing in PvP gear as sub, which is way worse than Asa and combat for leveling, it could still be 15 hours undergeared, not really dungeon spamming, spaced out, not knowing the quests. But I mean, and if it's like your second character and you have like a good dungeon group and you get like heirlooms going next week when they get buffed to level 85, and you have like blue XP from like logging out in the cities, you could definitely get it done in like 10 hours, less than that even, maybe. Honor gear, it's a lot, because pieces are 1,200 to 2,200 each. Most of them are 1,600, and honor cap is 4k. I think it's about 20k honor, but the best way to get honor is literally just the AFK Winter Grasp every 3 hours, because it's worth multiple battlegrounds. This is the only Winter Grasp I've lost in the entire expansion. Unlucky. Yeah, Tolbrad's not worth that much honor. You don't really need to do Tolbrad dailies or anything, unless you want to go for a weapon and you're unlucky in heroics. Because if you get revered, you can get a 346 weapon from Tolbrad dailies. It's just, to get revered, you need to not just be doing that outside zone. You need to do the inside the actual battleground itself dailies too. But doing like dailies in between queues is like a good way to make like 1,000 gold a day or more, you know? Not bad to just do the dailies for fun, especially if you want to just get like the spectral amount, you know. makes Wintergrass the best. It just gives way more honor than Battlegrounds. Just by doing all the dailies. That's how you do till Brad Rep. If you do all the dailies on like the outside part of the island and the inside the battleground part of the island, you should almost get to honored in a single day if you're a human. There's like 5 on like the normal island and like 10 plus inside. Like just doing the dailies for like 3 or 4 days should get you revered with like enough marks to buy a weapon. But now that arena starts in that much time, I don't know if it'll be able to get there. Like inside the actual zone. Like where you actually play the battleground at. Like in the very, very dead middle. Does that make sense? They skip WAD and go straight to mob? I mean, WAD is after mob. So 100. If they do a mop at all. You can't see starting room now. In CATA. Which is kind of unfortunate for streamers because it's very stream snipey, but you know, it is what it is. At least it's not like TBC level cheesy of like, oh, I'm gonna switch my goggles, you know, because I know who I'm fighting. To have the fucking, you know, find them and stealth 500 yards away bullshit, you know. What's up, PJ? You cannot. What reps do you need for PvP? 0. Because you can get the helmet and shoulder enchants for honor. And there's no conquest cap being tied to your rating. So you don't have to do 5s or RBGs. And there's conquest catch up. So if you're like a month behind, you can literally just get completely caught up on conquest like retail. And your conquest is not tied to the end of the week either. So you can kind of like day 1 get your weapon, kinda, which is kind of sick. So people that just spend hundreds of dollars on BOEs and shit are really stupid because they're gonna last like 2 weeks. And the season starts at full gear. You know, like the first couple weeks do not matter of a season. That's not what gets you your rewards. It's a, you know, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Oh yeah, maybe there might actually be the conquest requirement for the weapon. I don't know. They haven't said anything about that. I kind of forgot about that. I still don't know also if it's going to be the system of like you upgrade your tier 1 into the tier 2. I thought that's how it was in CATA. Or if it's just going to be the you wasted conquest points if you bought a tier 1 weapon. In which case noobs kind of get screwed over if they can't get like 2200 like the start of a season. I'm here for. Yeah, I won't know that till Tuesday, you know, but most people are gonna go for BOEs as soon as they can. It will kind of suck if there is the conquest cap required to get your weapon. I guess people that just get a raid weapon is going to be so ahead. Now you really don't want to raid. Especially because they didn't actually ban GDKPs for CATA. They only banned them for SOD. So all the fucking whales with like hundreds of thousands of gold from GDKP are just going to be like, you know, throwing like thousands of dollars worth of gold at just getting a weapon like week 1. Is tier 1 upgraded to tier 2? I mean, that's how it was in actual CATA, but you never know if it'll ninja change, right? I fell for that in Wrath because my brain went off of like CATA memories. Like I Mandela affected it and I like wasted conquest on a tier 1 and I felt so stupid in Wrath. I mean, there's still good things to buy, and then you'll get your weapon in like 2 weeks or so. Because I think week 1 is like almost 3,000 conquest or something. I forget where I saw that, but it's like over 3,000, I think. 4,000? Okay, yeah. I don't remember seeing an exact number. I just knew it was a really big number. They said 4K? That's good to know. In that post, did they say anything about weapons taking multiple weeks to get, or no? Like that they'll... That is how they did it back in the day. It was just like you needed to, but I guess they would probably let you buy your tier 1 weapon and not the tier 2 maybe, Copium? Good to know. I mean, there's still going to be really good items to buy early, like the on-use trinket, to make sure you get double on-use. Cap Tuesday? Yeah, that's true. Because at least you're not waiting till the very end of week 2. You would just not have it for 1 week or whatever, and then like week 2 you would have it out. Because you could just farm it all on the second Tuesday. It's so nice that you don't have to wait till the end of the week to get anything. That you can just actually get everything the beginning of the week. So yeah, I guess that is a good mindset of just being like, yeah, it's not 2 weeks, you just get it the very end of the first week. When it starts the second week. And then even then, if you're behind, you have an 8,000 conquest cap to still get it. Because you can get completely caught up on conquest. There's not like a being behind. Which is really good. Especially for when I do alts. PvP quest, and there's not a PvP one. Or you mean like the victory quest for like honor? To win it like once a week or whatever? I think I usually just ask the raid to share that with me. But I think it's like right by the portal still. With all the other, like, normal dailies for it. But that's like the only PvP quest. Most of them are just go kill mobs. So undergeared. I don't know if I can 1v1 a ret with this gear. I think I can still 1v1 him. Well, now I have backup, so... Oh, the rogue's here. I had no cheat death. I used to like win it 5 times? No. I was saying, you do all of the dailies on the island, like inside the island and outside. You should be able to get enough rep to get revered in a couple days to get that 346. And it's just good gold to do in between queues. Not like the win quest, but all the PvE ones. Yeah, they just give you rep and commendations and gold. They don't give you honor. That's why I was confused, because you said PvP quest. I'm like, none of the Toll Bride quests are PvP except for the win the BG one. That you can only do once a week. I think that one just... I don't even remember if that one does give you honor. Victory until Brad won. I tried to kick his for it. Okay. Getting thunderstormed off probably. He tried to go for it, I saw it. Can you this guy in 3? How do you zoom out so much? You can just use Leatrix Plus or advanced interface options, like 2 different add-ons to increase the max zoom. Alright, why you hating on my class, man? Look like my character? I mean... Warlocks and warriors and a bunch of classes do that? Send the guy out. I was step dance cheap shotting him, but I stepped like 4 yards out of range of him. But no, I pressed them at the same time. Eventually I'll do some damn when I get some more gear. If I was on my main rogue, I would literally kill that guy in like 5 seconds. It would just be like 2 ambushes and he'd be dead. No poison, that helps too, yeah. It's like, I wondered why I had to deadly throw, honestly. Run Nemo spec and backstabbing? What do you mean? This is the default build that everyone plays. It's just, this is my second rogue with 0 gear. Playing Hemo spam is some PS hero shit. If you just want to literally have your cat walk on the keyboard. Backstab is like 80% of the fun, you know? I hate Pisser because he's literally the only person playing Hemo spam. Originally, it was in Avizur's Biss list for pre-Biss with Krollblade, but then he switched it to Backstab build. But yeah. Hemo spam is just boring. But he's like the one playing it. But most people are playing Backstab. It's not much difference in the spec. You just drop Puncturing Wounds, and you grab Coup de Gras, and you grab Imp Recoup. Nah, even in RLS you can play Backstab. I disagree with you on that. It's just if you don't know how to like look where your character's at to know if you're behind people or not. At a random rate. I'm gonna let this Bop sit. I'll stop the rig on his Ray. In a sec. I just don't think it's less constant damage. Especially if you just keep people slowed well and stuff. Just more ability to play in your Vanish and re-stealth goes in general. It's just like if you don't know how to like get behind people. Or you just don't shiv enough to keep people get behind them. Yeah, I know you can still ambush, but you're not only playing in dance. There's a lot of like Vanish goes in between your dance goes and like re-stealth goes in between your dance goes and like prep Vanish in between your dance. Like if you alternate them, you know? That's why double on use is still good with Synapse, because you can just use Synapse in like the Vanish go or the re-stealth go. Nah, I've had zero desire to play retail. I mean, I'll like finish the last week of the season when it's announced or whatever, but I don't really enjoy playing Outlaw Rasa or like 10-minute mana games. I got the ICD trigger done, yeah. I finally reverse engineered it all the way. It should be in my WeakAura list now. I don't know if Landslide works because I don't have it yet to test it. It might not work, but... The only thing that'd be nice about the Hemo spam is that you can go higher on expertise. Because you care less about crit. Since it's not like tied to your energy regen sometimes. But I mean, even then you still care about crit, because it buffs ambush and it buffs Abyss. And it helps you with hat procs, so never mind. You should always still care about crit. You can't afford expertise early. Which is like another reason I'd hate Hemos. I'm not like properly micromanaging being behind my target. I don't know, I really don't want to play Hemo. But yeah, you can make it work to Glad or rank 1, I don't want to do it. I guess my group died. MGXO's down if I make a group. Is Cindy Lou X actually CDU? Or is that a fake CDU? Because everyone was saying it was CDU in the Battleground, but... I know Cindy Lou was his actual priest name. In retail. I just don't know if Cindy Lou X is him. So it's like I might be. I think he's got a group going. He might get me in. Maybe I duel someone on my main while I wait. Or maybe I don't get it. I mean, I'm playing my fresh alt second rogue with no gear at all. I dinged on this character a couple hours ago. But yeah. Kind of hard to 1v1 a rep pally when I'm like doing piss damage. If you want to fight me on this rogue, you can duel me real quick. I can play my other rogue. Oh, my bad, 6. I'm waiting for a different group right now. That they said they had room. I could play this character if you'd rather fight it, you know? Typical rep pally brain rot, you know? When the season starts, you know, it'll start. I literally do like quadruple the damage on this character compared to the other one. It's actually sad. Can't be the attack power different. I mean, I guess 4,000 attack power is a lot. And it's the extra energy. And it's the tailoring proc. I could see it. The honor is a pretty big deal, yeah. 2,700 Brazil versus 1,000. 8% more crit. I guess I could reforge some of this hit away too, though. I don't think I'm going to farm a heroic weapon on this character, though. I think a couple more BGs or Winter Grasp and I get 4 set. Yeah, Imp Recoup is pretty busted, but you don't need it. I don't know if I could duel a Feral, but I can try it. I mean, he probably just used all of his duties there. Hunter actually gonna just sit in his flare and camo the entire duel. I have to give him the opener. Having some weather. More people only putting 1 point in hat. Yeah, that's really troll. You need hat. Oh, I didn't kick the monkey stuff fast. I guess I can still blind the monkey. Try to cloak trap when you out of this. Cloak the scatter. Can't half trap me. Actually, the cloak didn't go off. That's not good. Guess I trinket. This doesn't deter. Okay. Good. What's Trill's gear? Oh yeah, he's also no gear. Okay. Recoup my points off the swap. Prep disarm the warrior. Parries from behind. Cancel my sprint so I don't get feared as far. Still get feared is like the farthest I could possibly get. Kata was like my first Glad, but that was when Glad was like basically rank 1. This is my first seasons ever like going to a PvP server and maining Kata too, or like in maining PvP. Cause like in Wrath, I was a duelist on a dead PvE server, on a dead battle group, and I didn't really know anything about PvP. I just like accidentally got it, like playing with guildies I raided with. And then my first rank 1s were MOP once they like merged the ladder to get rid of the politics of like going to dead servers and playing 5s and all that dumb stuff. So Prideful was my first, because I got DDoSed in Grievous. But most people's first was just all 5s. Like Peekaboo with Malevolent, that was just 5s. Like everything before Grievous was just kind of politics anyway. It was just, oh, I went to this dead server in this dead battle group. Oh, I win traded in 5s and tied, and you know, like 80% of rank 1s were frauds until end of MOP. Maybe not 80, but like more than half. People would always kind of just say like the, you know, BG9 or it doesn't count, you know? And then eventually like it would get a little different in Kata because it was KT, which was Nightfall. But yeah. And then early Kata was Shadowburn and Rampage. Because everyone were like Philo and then were Massives. So like in Kata is the only one where it wasn't BG9 only. In Wrath, it was BG9 only. In MOP, it was BG9 only. But in Kata, that's the only one where you could be technically a Rampage, Shadowburn, or Nightfall, Andy. But that's still like 3 out of 12 battle groups. I don't know, I wasn't like fully in PvP at that time in Wrath. Like I was literally just a clueless duelist on a dead server. No, Rekful definitely played Wrath. He would always talk about how he would win RMP mirrors and then lose every other matchup because they couldn't like beat Beast Cleave and stuff. But yeah. Or was it the other way around? I'm trying to forget. I'm like a 3rd gen Pokemon. CATA was actually like my upbringing, and that's when I like actually started like learning everything. For me, like what I know of like Wrath was literally like accidental or like private server stuff, or like just from other people that were around. Because yeah, I was on a dead server, Coriel Straz, on the BG Whirlwind, which is like one of the top, or like one of the bottom 3 like BGs. I was gonna say top 3 worst, but I guess that's the same thing as bottom. Like if you were on Whirlwind, Emberstorm, or Vindication, it was the most bong water BG like possible. I mean, I didn't even know what battle groups were. Like I just played with the people I raided with, and I was on that server forever because I literally hit recommend server in vanilla, and I stayed on that server forever. And it was like a new player server. And I stayed on a new player server like since vanilla, and it was like I think lower medium pop by then. But yeah, at the end of the day, like rank 1 was not a percentage based top 0.1% until MOP. And Glad used to be top 0.5%. A couple hundred rating off of rank 1 usually. Nowadays, Glad is on retail is like 2,400. It's like not even Glad is like on not even rival anymore. Sometimes, depending on the season. Like last season, it was because 2,400 was within 500 of rank 1. But there were seasons in like Shadowlands or like early Dragonflight, people were like 3,500, and Glad was still 2,400. And it was like 900 to 1,100 points below. So it's like when it's not percentage based, it's like hard to make a metric around it. But Old Glad was basically almost rank 1. And I got my first Old Glads in CATA. And then ever since MOP, when they made it to where rank 1 became top 0.1 instead of server based, because basically what battle groups were, like dumbing it down even more, most people already know, is they were clusters of servers. So it would be like there was 12 different clusters of servers, and each one had their own rewards, and you had to be rank 1 on your group of servers. So there was like usually like 1 to potentially 3 out of 12 good groups of servers, and then every other group was just people doing fraudulent shit of like win trading, tying, because if you tied, you both would get rank 1. Like at one point, there was a point where Darkspear was the Cyclone battle group. They called it Tyclone because there was legitimately like a 6-way tie in 5s. But in the old system, it was a pretty similar number of people to get rank 1. Because in a 3v3 team, you could have 6 people. And in like a 5s team, you could have like, I think 10. And basically, you know, even without ties, you know, when you add in like the, you know, 6 people in 3s, 10 people in 5s on this 1 of 12 group, and then you kind of multiply that across all 12 groups, and then you also say, okay, maybe these extra 50 to 100 people also got it because of ties. It starts to be more than what rank 1 is when it comes to was it still 6 and 5s? I'm not sure actually. I didn't really do that much 5s. I thought it was more than 6 though. Maybe it was like 8 or something weird. I don't know the exact number on 5s. But moral of the story, hundreds and hundreds of people still got rank 1. It wasn't number 1 on your server. But that number 1 on your server only truly meant number 1 on your server to like 20 of the rank 1s out of hundreds, right? Whereas ever since MOP, it's kind of been like okay, now the actual top 200 of the ladder get it. Instead of oh, this guy did it on a dead server in 5s, and the guy that got 2nd place on the real BG got nothing. So I think it's just been a better system, and it was just so political back then. But I don't really care like about not like abusing 5s and shit like that. I almost got a rank 1 title in CATA in 5s, but I wouldn't hold it in high regard if I had gotten it. I lost it on the last day because we didn't queue, and Jamili like carried T's over us in 5s. But it would have just been a shitty 5s title, and I would completely say, you know, yeah, that was my first rank 1, but you know, it was 5s, and you know. Nice getting us all on your team. I'll take it. I'll take it. I don't know. I never enjoyed fives, honestly. It was always dumb too that it was like higher conquest cap. I love that they're doing catch up conk caps and being able to get your conquest the day of the week too, and not having to wait till the end of the week, and being able to get caught up, and on top of that, the not having to do fives or RBGs. Like that would be a pretty depressing thing for alts if I just had to do RBGs on every character for the first couple weeks. Like they're doing a couple of good changes for sure. Nah, I hate RBGs. I'm sorry. Like the chaos of fives is interesting, but I also really hate not having Arena 4-5 binds, you know. Abyssless for Rogue? Yeah, you can go off those. True CATA throwback song? Which one? I'm sketchy about YouTube links because my audio doesn't always split it right, and it kind of fucks up my copyright. So I don't always want to have just my browser muted. Did Mage Weave go back down in price? Okay, it did. Cool. Some asshole like flipped it to like 3 gold per, and I was like, "There's no way I'm spending that much." Unfortunately, this guy put them all in stacks of 1 because he's a degenerate, but at least they're cheap. Who puts 30 stacks of 1? Can you buy toll bread and shit for the 100? Yeah, you don't need the toll bread currency at all. Oh, it's in the same honor room as everything else. Like the best song? I mean, like I said, I don't like doing YouTube requests on. I've heard that song a million times. Oh, oh, it's a playlist. I only looked at the first song. Good song. I don't know if I remember that song that well. I think it was like expensive, yeah. I don't remember how much it was. I don't think it was 20k, it was like definitely over 15 to 18 though. Don't remember though. I just kind of winced through it. I mean, it doesn't seem like it'll be that much better. Because Ember Silk is still like 100 gold a stack. NG Helm is not overall BIS. So it's just like, do you want to waste 15k gold to have a free conquest item, basically? I don't know, I'm not doing song stuff right now though, Hottie, I'm sorry. Because I have to like mess with my audio and like make sure it doesn't go into stream and mess up my fucking copyright. Like, I can't do it. If it's on Spotify, sure, but yeah. Unless I like watch it with my audio muted and then you guys can't even hear it. But yeah, copyright is no joke, man. I only get away with it the way I have it right now because my VODs don't have music. So the way I have it split up, where Spotify doesn't go into the VOD, or YouTube. You explain how Dolberad works? You have to capture all 3 nodes and the game ends. So it's kind of just a Zerg fest where you just keep running in a triangle over and over again. Where all they have to do is defend 1 out of 3 to win. Cool, but with the Prime, thank you so much. Got a hype. Keeping us going. Hopefully more to come when the arena actually starts, you know.
CATA height, smiley face.
I can't wait to like actually like be pushing and play the tournament and everything. Like I'm actually really excited to go sweaty. I mean that's what one of my playlists is. It's like almost all montage songs. Try to focus grab. Gonna flare this, so I have to back up to dodge the flare. We're just gonna go for it. Just poke this dot off so I don't come out of stealth. Step ambush for the kill. Doing it for the thrill. Gouge this guy's IBF and then run. Gouge off. Now he does it. Later. Bombs who doesn't grip me. Get a re. Even though I have dots on me. Half sap him for fun to keep running away. Mount up. Look cool. Disarm's probably not that value because he's high HP. I mean, I guess it's his rune weapon and stuff. This guy's a tank, I think, though. He's playing blood. I don't know if I want to 1v1 a blood DK. Step kidney so it doesn't parry. I want to be behind him. But yeah, I can't kill this guy. I have no gear on this character and he's a tank. Oh, I need to just run away. Pains of Ice does exist. At least the bomb and the mount and everything looks cool, you know? Oh, the hunter came back for me. Kill him again. Let me turn combat text on because for some reason it's not on. And yeah, I remember that, yeah. I don't want this song right now though. Chilling. Bodhi sent me a new version of Better Blizz Frames. So I'm helping him beta test it. And this one supposedly fixes temporary enchants, like the poisons, bugging out my buffs and debuffs. So now I should be able to have custom things light up. Forget, is it predatory swiftness or predator swiftness? I think it's predatory, right? Dude, is this guy a feral or a boomy? He's a feral. Poggers. I can't mouse over the talent. Help. Maybe if I reload UI. Oh. Okay. I tried. The box on the top left of Talent Inspect is supposed to be this? I don't think so. I think that's just tied to the hide button for your raid frames. Yeah, use frame sort. Like, inside the talent tree? This? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that does. It didn't used to be there, I don't think. Maybe that's like tied to an add-on or something. Bam shiv through the evasion to get points. Blind this guy's trinket. Holding my button on it. I'll synapse this vanish go. Bomb cap, maybe he gets a clone or something. Nice, he did get the clone. I should have re-stealthed there and cheap shot the rogue. Pretty well before the rogue stuns me or anything. Redirect kidney this guy. Umi should be able to kill him. I'm just gonna cap while he kills him. Oh, the other guy's gonna make it here in time. Dance sap the guy. The other guys are rezzing. I need to just leave. Getting a read cheap shot this guy in one. Dot's gonna tick before I get the cheap. I didn't have step. Go for another read. Step cheap shot the rogue with it, I guess. Place my points off with dead rogue. I get a read. Or kidney this guy. Should have recouped there instead of slicing, but. Should get this, they're not paying attention. I don't know if I'm doing viewer cheese anytime soon. Like, the only retail I plan on playing at all is maybe like a down bad like dual box shuffle while I'm doing something on Kata. Or just grabbing rank 1 the last week of the season. And even then, I might not even want to stream it. I might just like play off stream just so I don't get Q sniped and dodged all the time. Kata is just a much better game. The PvE stuff sucks and the leveling is slow, but once you get to the actual game, your CC matters and your positioning matters. And it's not just playing Outlaw and Asa 10-minute mana games. And wishing you were a demon hunter. Pretty well this time. At the end of the day, Arena now is just turned into a Mythic Plus dungeon where you're just staring at like 20 different weak auras, trying to pad on damage so you can be like, oh, I was 3 million ahead of this guy, nice. And it doesn't feel like Arena to me anymore. And they've announced tournaments for CATA, so I'm just really excited to play. No atonement. No precog with no boomies spamming 0.7 clone all game. The only downside is like I hate dampening, but there probably should be a tiebreaker of sorts because there are going to be some very long games later in the expansion. But yeah, I don't like long games. They should always be like 3 to 5 minutes. I like the like private server method of like having damage and healing ramp up like sudden death style. It's like a more positive solution because dampening just feels terrible. But I don't think they're gonna make changes that big. Cause that's like a massive change just in the way they do that. They just had like a sudden death kind of tiebreaker where you just do more damage and healing. Not all of them did it, like every server was different, but I feel like that's like the most elegant solution to dampening. Nah, Mop just had the crowd chooses you thing where whoever got the lowest HP just won the game at the end, and people would get someone low and then sit behind a pillar forever. I think after this BG I should be able to get shoulders. I thought I could make that jump for some reason. Yeah, Shiv can't be dodged. Sorry, I didn't see that zap. I don't know how long ago that was. For some reason, my Twitch chat lost the timestamps. I need to re-add that. It blurred in. I didn't see it. In retail, I believe it can be dodged. But if you're AoE shiving as Asa, it'll also go through evasions. But, like if a DH has blur and you like shiv his boomy, you can still like shiv a DH through blur by like AoE shivving his teammate as asset, which is good. On retail, it definitely doesn't go through evasion, and you also can't spam it. But on this, you can kind of just spam for combo points. It doesn't really do any damage, but it's good for like combo points and stuff. Or just like trying to kill through cheat death or something. Nah, Shiv has no CD, you can just spam it. It also removes enrage effects, so you can like remove Zerker rage. Like you can gouge the Zerker, you shiv it off, and they can get feared. I haven't done any archaeology yet. I was just saying it could be a good way. Almost all my gold was from craft. I did like some GDKPs like really early on. Starting the trap for fun. That old Woundman clip was always so good. With the him shadow dance disarming a trap. So iconic. I don't know why they didn't like bring that back. I mean, I guess it's because they had to make traps arm instantly, but still. It's tied to by better Blizz frames, which isn't on CurseForge or anywhere yet. The guy that makes it is one of my mods, and he's like, I'm helping him beta test it. I'm like giving him all the bugs. I thought Control A would do that. Okay. Excellent. But yeah, I think if you go into my Discord and you go into my binds and add-ons channel, if you get my Naj UI scripts from like TBC, it's in there. This will give you combat indicator as well, but it won't be in the exact. It won't look the same, but you can go into the add-on folder and like mess with the coordinates until you get it where you want it, and mess with the scale, so you can kind of mess around with it. The only things in that are literally just class colors on the nameplate and combat indicator, and that's it. It used to have a bunch of things, but I kind of like pruned everything. Like the rest of my UI didn't need it anymore. I mean, you can put it in your own Discord, Bodhi, as just like a way for everyone to like, beta test it for you if you want. At the end of the day, if you just put a, it's not done, send me bugs with bug grabber and bug sack, people will realize, not to just like complain that it's bugged. CATA is way more fun than retail. I mean, obviously the leveling and gearing and all that sucks. Like, but once the arena starts, I'm really excited. Like the class design is just so much better. Mythic Plus doesn't exist yet. Trigger health bar setting? I think I have it on. Or no, I don't. Try it. Much bigger are we talking? Are we actually getting like 5 cap? Oh, on uniframe? No, I hate that. I was looking at the nameplate for some reason, even though it's frames and not plates. Nah, I like the normal shape. I'm weird. I'm just too used to it. I don't mind the transparency where the name's at. I think dark mode makes that look so much better. It's literally just class colors on the nameplates and combat indicator. But you'd have to like mess with the coordinates to get it how you truly want it. Which it has no interface for it. You'd have to like go into your add-on folder and then open it in Notepad and then like just trial and error the coordinates over and over again. Change a coordinate, reload UI, get in combat. You're like, okay, it moved a little bit this way. Yeah, just throw it in your add-on folder. Just make sure you put the right one in there, because whenever you extract it or zip anything up, it's gonna have a folder inside of a folder. And a lot of people just, when they do add-ons without like CurseForge, like obviously if you've manually done it before, you're fine, but they will tend to put the folder inside of a folder in there, because they'll like extract it and then immediately throw it in there. But you gotta like extract it and then get the thing inside of the thing. You know what I mean? It's like those Russian dolls where you keep opening it. Can you kick their heels? Yeah. If they're playing a certain honor talent though, when they wall half the game, the walls give them more mastery. But also if you get the better Blizz frames and plates like on retail, where it's not a beta, you know, because he did it in retail first, obviously. It has a setting that makes dragon cast bars look like normal cast bars, so you can actually tell if they have ore mastery or not. Which is kind of good. One guy had 8 add-on folders inside of each other. I can believe it. Thoughts on Hemo spam over backstab Waylay spec? Nah. Don't play Waylay in general either. But I think backstab is way more fun than Hemo. You just play Hemo if you're like bad and you don't know how to get behind your targets. Or you like want to be tankier within pre-coop or something. Some people could say it's like more sustained damage for like RLS and stuff, but nah. Just play backstab. It's more fun. You have more of a win condition you can hit. Just makes sense. Well, it's just skill cap commissioned him to make an add-on for skill capped. That's like better Blizz plates and frames, except for it would set up your entire UI. Like it would just like set up Gladius for you and Omnibar and everything. It was just like an add-on to set up your add-ons for people that don't know how to like just put their saved variables folder incorrectly. Probably the proc PvP one, honestly. I mean, at the end of the day, like, just buy the conquest one, and then you can have a conquest on use and an honor on use on like the day the season starts. Because I don't know if you can get a weapon week 1, but I think week 2 you can get a weapon. Obviously, double check. Don't just do that blindly. You have to make sure you're gonna have enough conquest on week 2 to get the weapon. Like, don't screw yourself out of a weapon by like if the weapon is randomly like actually 7,000 or something. I have like a 308 one from like Deep Home because I can't get the dungeon one to drop. I do the dungeon every day. But yeah, I mean, I guess I could spam normal, but I'm not doing that. It should just be the Naj UI scripts folder. Here, I'll show you. Be in classic, not classic beta or era or anything like that. Just classic interface, add-ons, and then it should just be Naj UI scripts TBC and then everything in here. It shouldn't be a Naj UI scripts TBC inside of a Naj UI scripts TBC. So if you just threw it directly after you extracted, you got to get the one that's, you know, right above the actual insides, and not like a folder on top of a folder. That's just how it unextracts. Yeah, I mean, it's basically just a default UI commands that you could run in a macro, but it just makes sure it runs the macro for you automatically when you log in or reload UI, and then it should work. Maybe you got to reload UI, reopen your game or something like that. But yeah, all it is the health colors and the combat indicator. But you won't need it once he finishes Better Blizz frames. So yeah, it's just what I used to use, and I used to have way more in it. Yeah, you just gotta throw those into like the Naj UI scripts folder. I mean, I have the beta version. I'm helping him test it. That's the same one I already sent him. Bell filter, I think it's on there, yeah. Scroll through add-on list, sure. Yeah, he's working on it. Yeah, we got Auctionator, the beta version of Better Blizz frames. It's not done yet. Details. These add-ons are for just identifying bugs. If you're not like actually trying to like troubleshoot an add-on, you don't need these. Diminish, which is for like tracking your own DRs and like world PvP and battlegrounds tracking DRs. Like, this is just for finding out the spell IDs for things because I was trying to make a bunch of weak auras. And then Leatrix is kind of like advanced interface options. It's just like a bunch of quality of life settings. This is basically the CC alerts in the middle of your screen. This just lets you reshape your chat however you want. Otherwise, it kind of gets like too long. I like it being really small for the chat. I haven't configured my omnibar at all yet. Safe queue just tells you how long you have to take the queue before you miss it. And then I'm using S Arena instead of Gladius. And then Trophy GCD is right above the details. That's just a streamer add-on. It shows me what buttons I'm pressing so that you guys can like see my rotation if you look above details. I don't recommend this. It's just clutter. This is just literally for like, you know, people to watch a clip or like a VOD and be like, okay, he did these 3 buttons in a row, you know. And then obviously weak auras. And then I have all my weak auras that I'm on here already. The third link. Yeah, this is the proc trinket and tailoring and all that. And I kind of reverse engineered. If you want to like track the ICDs of them. Use Esrina because of cast bars. I just don't like how Gladius generally looks. But I don't like how Esrina looks either because I don't like any of these layouts. I like the Zaryu layout of Esrina. Which I guess the closest is the Blizz target one, I guess. I've used Gladi a lot in the past. I don't like it that much. But I go back and forth between Gladius and Esrina almost every other expansion. To me, it's like Esrina is more minimalistic, it looks better, and it's also less buggy and it's like more lightweight. And then Gladius is like, it's so obnoxious that you pay more attention to it. And I go back and forth on which one I like more, where it's like, I'm like, this is so ugly that I notice it better, and then like, but this looks so much cleaner. And I just can never make up my mind. I miss Esrina's target highlight. Yeah, I always turn target highlight off, even on Gladius. I don't like it. I like having more reasons to look at my frames. That's why I don't put a lot of things on the nameplate as well. Because like the default point for your eyes should be target and focus. If you start like relying on information from other spots, you just start, you know. I mean, sometimes it helps your peripheral vision for seeing two things at the same time, but I don't know. It messes up my. It makes me too tunnel vision sometimes. To put a billion things on the nameplate. Oh, this guy insta-waz 0.1 bopped that chief shot. Okay, that's sus. There's no one pre-bopping that chief like that. This guy is a beat boop for sure. First one I've seen. Like, that was like sooner than soon. I didn't even see the stun go off. He bopped it that fast. He like pre-bopped that shit, even though he wasn't even in CC yet. If it makes you feel any better, Explicit, this is my second rogue. My first one's already biss. I'm beyond addicted. Gonna gouge blind for me. The mage breaks it. Bruh. Feral is very insane, yeah. I mean, you could. I was gonna say you could do second feral, but it's not worth it to alt the same class unless you're like streaming full time, and you're also like not big enough that like everyone wants to play with you, like healer or drought, you know. Where it's like if there could ever be a day where you can't work and you're kind of forced to go like play retail or viewer twos or something, like that's where you need the alt. Like for me, I have like a long list of people I want to play with. So I think I should be good, but I still want the alt for like more YOLO games, you know? More YOLO comps. And if I want to do viewer twos or something, you know? And community stuff in general. Gotta tricks the low of damage. Hunter is very good in mop, actually. Hunter lock is like one of the scariest comps. You literally have like 40 seconds of instant CC. Like a late mop. And then obviously early mop, stampede bug, and all that dumb shit, but... Step ambush just for more damage. Brave on BG, my bad, dude. If you're on the enemy team getting pre-mated, or if you're on our team, that is a fun BG, huh? Surprised we didn't 5-cap, but... Maybe I should add Earth Shield. I got sapped the last second of the cast. Unlucky. Yeah, Bodhi's just gonna put the link to his Discord for beta testing better Blizz frames if you want, in my Discord if you want. And the Binds and add-on channel. Nice, Death Knight's just letting me cap. They want to lose quicker. Somebody is trying to return it. Oh. Gouge him with full bleeds. Bleeds don't break. Oh, he trinkets gouge? Okay. A madman. Think Hunter will work with CATA with real players? Yeah. Season 1, everyone's gonna be complaining about Thug Cleave and Jungle Cleave because the damage is like unhealable with low Rizzo. It's very terrifying. Letting the combat readiness fall off before I hit. I should track that. Damage numbers on portrait frame? Not sure. Honestly, I just have a weak aura for dance duration. But yeah. Just in case I'm like really multitasking to like double check if like my CC is like ending in time for like one more global or something, you know? You could play a hemo spam build without backstab, but I don't know, it's more boring. But yeah, you drop a coup de grace and or you drop puncturing wounds and you get coup de grace 3 out of 3 and you get 3 coup. You just spam hemo. Because you could still ambush with a sword. But backstab is like half the fun, especially for like vanish goes and like re-stealth goes and stuff. Is it in Leatrix? I never saw it. Hard portrait numbers? Yeah, that's it. Good call. Thing is, I like that still. It's a good way to see when dots are gonna tick on you. For like timing a re-stealth. So, each their own, you know? Find this guy's trinket in a second. Holding the button. Nah, I don't really like, I've messed with Plater a little bit, but that was mostly me just taking Mez's profile and then, like, tweaking it a little bit to, like, prune things I don't like, because I don't like things on the nameplate and stuff. But, and then eventually, Bodhi made Better Blizz plates as well as frames, and those more modified the default frames that I like, so. It should be Dance, Emo, and Backstab. Garrote, Prep, Blind, and Prep. I probably should include the Talon command. I didn't really think of that. Poison Radon? Nah, I don't need it. The only thing I gotta figure out is a weak aura for Honor Among Thieves ICD. But I can't get the combat log to see it at all. Like, I've tried triggering it as Energize as just a spell, and I've also tried it as like a bunch of things. I can't get the combat log, period, to see Honor Among Thieves procs like it used to. Even if I go to message types and check everything. On this, because I have 2 accounts, this one doesn't have everything checked. Even if I check literally everything. Yeah, I played a lot with Sockman all the time. He's really good. A lot of my rank ones are like playing with him at the end of the season. Him and like P-Make. Philly. I love playing with EU mages, man. Back in the day, it was a lot with like No Lifer, and before that, it was like Leaksy. It was like a really good at mage that used to play with May a lot. I don't know. I've loved every single EU mage I've played with. I've only liked a couple NA mages. Like Floor Mat was one of the few NA mages I liked, but you know. There's just something about playing with the Euros. It's great. I'm always playing backstab build. Being trying DK, that's it. I mean, Feral is God mode. I'm surprised he wouldn't do it. He doesn't want an excuse if he gets out Feraled or something. I don't know. I'm kidding. As human feel, it's a lot better than human is quite insane. I mean, I don't have good trinkets on this rogue, but yeah. This rogue dinged like earlier today. My second rogue. There's no point like doing battlegrounds with Bisgear. It's just like a waste of honor. Tired of you targeting and dying. I mean, Feral's not that. If he wants that, he should just play like Rep Pally or something. I mean, Rep Pallies get targeted every game though, but they don't die. I don't get the cap here. I did it bolts really. Unless someone follows up, you break it instead. You get very fired. The full blind trinket ban. Yeah, most of them are from how he has it set up on retail. Mages you played with in EU? I've said pretty much all of them that I have. Played with Raikou briefly. Played with Sokwin, Billy, No Lifer, Leaksy. The only time I played with Thesha was in the solo shuffle tournament, so I don't count that. But he was really chill. Everyone was in voice for the first like solo shuffle tourney. Yeah, that's different. I play with Hydrant now. He's hosted me a few times. I'd be down if he wanted to. When he was like coming back to retail briefly when Wrath ended, I was gonna maybe help them play when they were playing with Zico and the. But he kind of excused me from it. He's like, "You don't want to do this," and I'm like, "Okay." When they were like playing the 1800 games with no gear, like, I have an EU rogue, but I'm not gonna have a classic EU rogue because I think ping matters a little more on classic than retail. Because it's less PvE. Can't do fancy shit with crazy ping. Crit and resilience. Yeah, you go engineering and tailoring, yeah. Crazy this other team is just hurtling on one base even though they know they're losing. You'd think they'd want to just lose quicker so they can get another VG, but... Fire Mage still feels better than the retail ping you have, I could see it for ranged. I feel like you don't really see that many cross-region melee. But I mean, that's more of ego than pride, right? How many honor pieces do we need left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Okay, 10 more pieces of gear, not bad. Be right back a sec though while we're in queue, because he's relogging real quick. The general DC setups in CATA and strats. Running, just doing your stuns and stuff with like a deep sheep or an MCS sheep, or like your blind go or anything. You can still gouge for pre. Sometimes it's not always that clean though, unless it's like 2s or something. Yeah, it's just good positioning, good CD trades. Good interrupts, stopping other people's CC, landing your own. It's the CC chains like offensively are pretty basic. It's just like coordinating it. A lot of it's kind of momentum and openers and stuff too. Not like openers as in like what buttons you press to do damage, but like in terms of like how you get CC and like swap things around. How high do you think? I have no idea how high inflation's gonna go. It's anything like Wrath, I don't think it started off that high, did it? Might be kind of hard to get 2200 weapons, unless like you're rank 1. Not sure. I have no clue. I think the first week is 4000 conquest. I don't know if it's an upgrade a tier 1 weapon into a tier 2 weapon thing, or if it's like a waste of conquest to buy tier 1, or I don't know until I see it. But if it's like I have to wait till week 2 to get my weapon and I have to use a shitty dungeon weapon for a whole week, probably buy on use. If it doesn't impact my ability to get weapon week 2, but that way you can play double on use trinket. No, there's no way I was doing the archaeology stuff either way. Best spec in PvE? I think it just depends on your gear. I think you could do pretty similar damage as combat or asset. Like it also is like what raid buffs you want to bring. Also sub works if it's like a super patchwork single target. You can actually do crazy DPS with sub in PvE. I used to parse really high in Firelines and stuff. But yeah, I'm not doing that much PvE though, so I don't know the PvE stuff to ask. I mean, in dungeon sub is terrible. Sub is only like you're literally never swapping targets and you are nuking a multiple minute long fight. There's like only a couple of good fights for it. Like Bethelak and Firelance. Major Domo's not bad. Client of Deathwing, obviously. Like if your guild lets you tunnel on like Zonas or something, like there's like a couple fights like you could go back and forth on, but for the most part, just play combat. It's gonna be a way easier rotation. For PvE, if you want a PvE, but I don't have no interest in it. I already did it forever ago. I'll just be undergeared. I don't want to do it again. I don't want to like put up with the GDKP shit either. It's just so much of your time also. Like I did GDKP every single week of Nax and I never got Biss even though I had the gold for the item I needed. It just never dropped the whole time. Like you're just gambling 3 weeks at a chance to gamble for a chance. And it's just such a waste of time. Now if you wanted to just generate a bunch of gold to play the game for free, to buy WoW tokens, where all the high rollers just make you passively get, you know, like 10k free gold a week from the pot, go for it. If you know, you get a free sub forever, you know, you get a free, you know, character boost or something out of it. Just buying a billion WoW tokens. Couldn't redirect it. I should have just recouped my points. For some reason I thought I had kidney. I don't know if the aura filtering is working, Bodhi, at all. I think he had combat insight there and I didn't see it. I'm sure you know that already, but...1v1? I mean, I'm just farming gear on my second rogue. You want to 1v1 me on my other rogue, you know, with his gear, I'm okay with that. That makes up for you being work. Some greens? Oh, okay. I didn't look at your gear, honestly. I don't think it's seeing anything. Okay, like I had combat insight, which I tracked. Yeah, he has dance up right now. I'm tracking dance. Nothing's enlarging or highlighting. Oh, maybe it's because I didn't check this. I'm stupid. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Is it plugged in? Yeah, that'll fucking do it. What's the buff you get? Looks like quickening. Sure. Got Winter Grasp at 40. Nice. Okay, how much Mage Weave did I need? It was like 370. I need like 200 anymore. Prices are ridiculous again. Oh yeah, I just pulled the trigger on it. What did I say I needed? 200 and... I got you. I already have a bunch. Worst case, I send it to the next character if I went over. Yeah, I just don't want my alt rogue to be like miserable, you know? Just play with like a hunter or a mage or like pretty much anything that you want to play with. Rogue hunter works, rogue mage works. You play RLS, RPS. Dance with the Stars getting Kata? It's pretty good, yeah. I mean, it's not like your best comp, even close, but like in 2's Rogue Boomy's really good too. But you can make it work. Like Glad or like lower, you know? I'm sure if you were like Omega Tournament Sweaty, you could get rank 1 with it, but not gonna be as good as RMP or Thug. But people could make it work for sure. What isn't gonna be as good as Thug? Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Everything. Rogue Mage Boomy is funny in 5s, because you can Ring of Frost, Smoke Bomb, Solar Beam someone, and they're just fucked. It probably works in... It worked as a 3 DPS comp in MoP. I don't see why it wouldn't work as a 3 DPS in Kata. But usually the 3 DPS comps in Kata are just kind of melee cleaves, like Rogue Ret, DK, and Hunter, and stuff like that. The CC you're in is called like Loss of Control alerter, but it might be abbreviated to LOCA, LOCA on CurseForge. I thought this was Bert for a second. It's like, why is he playing Lock and not Mage? Ace. Okay, now it's highlighting. The color looks different though. Or is it just because like the border is like way outside of the actual buff? It looks different. My main gear is full, yeah. Need to swap the texture. Oh, that makes sense. Took me on an hour. Alright. Now I'm excited. This is the 333 dagger from the Twilight Highlands, like Ring of Blood quest, the Crucible of Carnage. But the daggers from Heroics are better. Like the Caverns one and technically the one that has the meteor proc. I forget what dungeon that's from Shadowfang Keep. It has like no stats. It kind of sucks. But the top end damage of it's actually higher. It's 958 top end versus 849. Yeah, you can get Grim Batol Dagger, Shadowfang Keep Dagger, or Stonecore Dagger. Or not Stonecore, Blackrock Caverns. But honestly, I'm just on this character, I'm just gonna use the quest dagger. I don't even care. Because you're gonna replace it with a conquest weapon as soon as you can anyway. Are you scared of warriors? No. Barrels, maybe. Hunters, yeah. Other rogues, sure. Warriors, not really. Maybe if they like have heroic Girth Black towards the end of the expansion and they get really good RNG and proc 3 tentacles at the same time. But... Peer through the walls. This guy's trinket. It's like an energy pool for the half kidney. Pop my synapse springs with it because I still have fine weakness up. The other guy off me. Ready to keep this guy in combat. Should have just kicked the Symbols of Hope. Interfered here. Pearl's gonna moonfire me. It doesn't do it. I'll just see it. Ban him out of stealth. Skins. I don't want to dance him, but I'm gonna play it safe. Honestly, I thought a step ambush would kill there, but I probably should have did a hemo to get the modifier. I don't know. I think warriors should be good, yeah. They're already a lot better than they used to be. In actual Kata, Merc X was like the only viable warrior at all. And now it's like you're gonna see a handful of them get rank 1 still. They're a lot better than they actually were. Ready. They're still nowhere near Rogue or Feral, but yeah. They basically swap place with Rogue and Wrath, where it's like you can make it work. But yeah, you could still pull it off, you know. The only class you're gonna like truly struggle with is Rista Druid, probably. And even then, they can maybe get carried by like Mage Lock or something, but probably not. I mean, yeah, Deco will cheat his way to rank 1, yeah. Maybe. And the guy already has, been exposed on all the fucking rotation bots and everything he had already in Wrath. That's like widely known. I've had a lot of like Wrath people tell me about it. Everyone like laughs about it. I don't know. I hope some warriors do. But yeah. Also, a lot of the warriors are just HPAL Shadowmourne players. And 2v2 being gone will help a lot with that. PV2 and 5s are not going to give rank 1 titles in Cataclysm Classic. Or Gladiator. And 5s, I mean, it needed it. It was just pure win trade bracket. And boosting. No, that's Mop. Total luck. You're one off. Still flying with 150? Yeah, that's brutal. Landslide is Bissia. Yeah, don't buy Landslide because, for one, you're going to replace your weapon in the first week or two, not even with a real weapon. But once people start disenchanting crystals from the epics, like from the raid, it's going to fall down. Like early, it might still be like over 10k. I think that's a different explicit. There's like two. I think the one with Z isn't like the rogue, I think. Got the finger first run, congrats, man. I made the same mistake. I thought it was him at first, like the first time he came on my chat a long time ago. I was really confused. I got my trinket farming stone core when you could spam heroics, like the first 2 days of the expansion. And I legitimately ran it the first boss leave, 20 times. And I lost to 5 different hunters. It was quite brutal. Yeah, on this character, I'm not trying to get any PV gear at all. Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to spam heroics. I didn't know that was the case. It's like, I thought that's how it used to be, but I was like, that's a good change. You should do tailoring and engineering. You might want to wait till the prices go down a little bit. They're crazy right now. And it's not like you're going to fall behind if you don't have it. Because your rating doesn't increase your conk cap, and you can get caught up even if you're weeks behind. The season starts at the end of the season, so if you want to save like tens of thousands of gold, you know, and just save like $100 worth of gold or something, you know, on tokens, probably should just wait a month. But even then, the prices aren't going to drop that much. Like something that's like 15k might go down to like 8k or something. But by then, you'll have enough gold from just like occasionally doing dailies or something. Yeah, that means I also don't have to do 5s or RBGs, which is amazing. I don't know why people just needed to like let the, you know, the higher rated players just have a gear advantage on top of already being better. It was dumb. I'm glad they changed it. Well, the elite set was cosmetic. It wasn't higher item level. Except for the weapons. But yeah. They did that because they didn't want PvEers to just always use the weapon if they couldn't do heroic rating. Which I get. I mean, it was just sad that you could be like #1 in the entire region in 2s. And you would get less points than Timmy at 1600 5v5. It was just stupid, man. Like the ratios were just bad. But I'm just happy I don't have to do any RBGs or any 5s. That makes alts so much less stressful. That, and you get all your conquests like at like the bar at the top, kind of like retail, instead of at the end of the week. So even if the weapons are locked behind a certain amount of conquest, you'll get it at the beginning of week 2 rather than at the end of week 2. So it's a huge deal. You're basically waiting 1 week then. I think I'm gonna get this. Oh, he's like lagging around the stairs. Got trinkets gouge. Improved Recoup worth playing. If you're gonna play a Hemo spam build, maybe, but nah. If you're playing a backstep build, you definitely want to play Puncturing Wounds instead. And you can't get rid of Quickening. Yeah. Move speed is crazy. Rogue is S tier, yeah. A lot of private server people actually consider Feral to be better than Rogue now, though. But, yeah. Rogue and Feral are, like, really, really, really good. I don't know why I tried to blind there with the pets out. I mean, difficulty of raiding just changes every season based on amount of inflation. Like, last season, rank 1 was 3k and not 3,500, so it's a little harder, I guess, like, percentage-wise of, like, what percentile player you are. Because Glad was, like, actually almost duelist instead of rival. But, yeah, I would say 2200 Classic's probably going to be a little more deflated than retail. I mean, just because it's the beginning of a season. Like, I think people are already 2,800 in retail. It just comes down to, like, how late into a season it is, like, how high people's ratings get. We've gotten Altered Valley 3 times, bro. No, you should do Resilience and Crit. But I wouldn't do the goggles. Unless you're, like, loaded. Like, just going 400 to, like, 470 or whatever amount you learn Synapse Springs at is, like, less than 5k gold. Getting that, like, 500 to 525 and the goggles is, like, another 15k. That isn't even this, because you're going to have a Conquest helmet or a Raid helmet eventually. It's just like if you want a temporary free Conquest item for, like, multiple WoW tokens. Where can I farm main hand? Shadowfang Keep, Blackrock Caverns, or Grimbatol. Or you can do Tolbarad dailies for a couple days. Because you have like 5 on like the main island that you teleport into, and then like another 10 inside where you do the battleground at, like in the middle of the zone. And if you do all of them, it's like 1,000 gold a day. It's just free gold. Thank you, Sigs. Then in like 2 or 3 days, you should be revered with enough marks to get a 346 dagger from Tolbarad dailies. But yeah. And then what glyphs am I using? Sorry, I kick you. I'm using Dance, Emo, Backstab, Prep, Blind, and Corrode. I need to add that to the talent command later. I'm just gonna remember. Yeah, thank you, Six. Put us at 5. Hopefully we go ham when arena actually starts. I'm so excited. Girls got Scarab Lord, that's crazy. You gonna play for RBGs? I'm probably not gonna do RBGs. Since you don't get a higher conquest cap, but I don't like RBGs. Like, unless I have like a funny group of friends that are just like last minute grabbing hero or something. And it's like funny content. I don't really want to do them, they're not fun. I already got hero all the seasons of actual Kata. Did they say if it's gonna be like the actual Kata 15-man RPG? I guess probably not, because we're playing season 11 and season 9. And they'd already gotten rid of that. That was like only season 9 and 10. Where you could get like Strand of the Ancient and shit. Then it at least would be like uniquely funny, but it's not a progression server, so. No damage to this guy. We're gonna fucking kidney shot Galv. I think I can. Probably should just kill the boss instead of the red. Okay, insta re-cheap my trinket. That's crazy. It's usually not even worth to do DR cheaps like that. But lockpicking, I've done a lot of pickpocketing myself. Gambling for the 100k BOE, but I was unlucky. But I guess you have that Vashier spot you showed me. So. I had 1,100 boxes. That's crazy. I've probably only done a couple hundred. I was just like doing a bunch while I leveled, I guess. My cat's just been DDoSing me, attacking my feet the whole time. Hi. Alright, I guess Winter Grasp in 10 minutes. We're probably just gonna chill a little bit. I think it's a big deal, yeah. me go to the bathroom real quick though. Well, because I think we have a couple more minutes on Winter Grasp. Back. Wait, it actually interrupted me. I've been crafting this whole time. I want to. Professions are expensive and leveling takes a while, but I will hopefully copium if Kata makes it the whole way through. Once a couple months go by, maybe not even months, like a month, like after the tournament and stuff. I'll probably ease in a feral, and then maybe like season 2 or like towards the end of this season, if I'm like not too busy queuing other shit, if I can like maybe do a warlock too, that'd be fun. I loved my Kata warlock back in the day as an alt. I love Demon Soul and snapshotting forever and getting good class NV banishes. Yeah, I mean, they just keep forcing Affliction to try to be some stupid drain spec, you know? They do that at every other expansion since Mop. Like, Kata was the only time Affliction was ever cool. I don't know, I've played Rogue when it was honorable. I've played Rogue the few seasons it's bad. I only enjoy playing Rogue. But, Feral is just similar to Rogue. Even if Feral wasn't OP, I'd want to ult Feral. For me, I don't enjoy Warrior even when it is OP. Because it's just a dampener class that's completely reactive. It's not really a play to win, do things, coordinate your fear as like, you know, a CC chain thing. It's just, you know, you press all your peels on CD whenever they do anything. And you try to get a good Blade Storm. And that's not fun to me. I don't like being a dampener. That's why I don't like current retail Rogue. Because retail Rogue is basically Warrior, but worse. Maybe not worse. Worse is the wrong word. And Warrior is not as bad as Warriors like to gaslight about. It was that bad back in the day because everyone sucked at Warrior coming out of Wrath, where it was just a free win. But and like Merc X was like the only good Warrior. But especially playing like late Cata patch, Kitty Cleave will be fine. Ret Warrior will be fine. Like there will be Warriors that will get rank 1 that would have never gotten rank 1 in actual Cata because everyone has improved a lot, and Rogue isn't as dominant as it was. Rogue was like an accidental gladiator back then. Now it's like you still have to put in the effort because people are a lot better at playing against rogues. It's a double-edged sword though, because rogues are kind of like a specialist class, and a lot of the rogues are a lot better than they were too. It's just everyone is in general is better with time. Like you can go transplant an 1800 player back in time, and they're like the best player, almost. Oh shit, I don't know, man. You just gotta work on it. I think so, yeah. I mean, in general, like, maybe not as, like, an actual team level of synergy. Because an 1800 player being transported back in time wouldn't have, like, tournament jitters training to, like, not get nervous at a tournament. Or have, like, you know, good synergy with other people. But I'm saying mechanically, things that, like, Hydra was doing in Wrath and Kata are stuff that 1800 people do now. I'm not even saying, like, putting people on better, like, setups and better add-ons that didn't exist yet. I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying overall, like, awareness and stuff. SP is really good. I mean, it's not like Warlock good or like Fire Mage good or like Rogue Feral good. But you could definitely get rank 1 on it. RPS is pretty good. Sure, you could try to make RPD work even though it's not great. Because Druids are terrible. I think God Comp could be okay. Especially in like the Wizard seasons. I don't know. I'm not that in tune with the private server meta, so it's gonna be very different than. And plus, even from comparing private servers and old OG Kata and what Classic currently is, it's just gonna be different because Classic in general has like different code. Like there's a lot of interactions that didn't actually exist in real Kata or private server Kata. So you know, in general, it's gonna be a learning curve for a lot of people. Like there's no spell batching. Like meld is different. Hunters don't have to spam, dismiss their pet, resummon shit. There's definitely changes. I'm using Stonecore and PvP on use, but on this character, I don't even have PvP on use yet. I rushed the 4 set. I also wanted to have an excuse to have rocket boots. So I bought the belt. Yeah, this character I also don't have a 346 weapon either. Yeah, I get on-use trinket probably next. Maybe on this character I'll play double on-use with this random quest item from Twilight Highlands. Even though I don't like that it has mastery on it. The opposite of retail, you don't really want mastery. You just want crit. Because you get more energy regen on backstab glyph, and you get more reliable combo points from Honor Among Thieves. And crit helps you on backstab, ambush, and evis, whereas mastery only helps you with evis. And backstab and ambush do like evis level damage. So it's just more flexible to have crit. Charges them and doesn't slow them. I see how it is, man. When he drops combat, I can distract though, and then step blind. Then they get over here. How you doing, Rogue Mania? Mid recoup. There is, yeah. So instead of your rating affecting how much conquest you get and having to do 5v5 and shit, or RBGs, they're making it to where your rating does not affect your conquest cap at all. And your conquest isn't at the end of the week. It's like the retail, where it's at like the start of the week with the bar at the top. And they're doing catch-up conquest too. So if you're really behind, you can just get completely caught up on conquest. Which is insanely good. Really good change. All they gotta do is disable the legendaries from proccing an arena, and then nerf the PvE trinkets in half, like Vile and Cunning and all that. That'd be sick. But I don't think they'll do that. I'm not sure, but since with the retail style conquest points, of you getting points at the beginning of the week rather than the end. Worst case, if we get week 2 weapon, it's like the start of the week, right? So it's not like 2 full weeks, it's like 8 days. You know what I mean? You just wait 1 week and then, because I think there's like a amount of conquest you have to unlock before you're allowed to buy the weapon. And I think week 1, people are saying you get 4,000 conquest. And I think you need to get 7.5 thousand conquest. So you just don't have a weapon for 1 week. Some bullshit, you know, and then easy clap. You should try to get the Tolbarad one. Just do dailies for a couple days. Good gold too. Just make sure you're doing the dailies like inside the PvP area too, not just like the normal part of the island. Because you have to hit revered to buy it. Don't prank me like that, Bodhi. But I know they wouldn't make a change like that anyway though. 4K a week and increases 4K a week? Yeah. So yeah, week 2 you'd be at still 8K, or does it go to 5K and you'd be at 9K? Yeah, you can get a 346 weapon for Tolbrad dailies. It's not bad. Do you know if I've heard different things from everyone. Is it the upgrade your tier 1 weapon into a tier 2 weapon system like it was in real Kata, or is it the if you buy a tier 1 weapon you're fucked like Wrath? I'm on Benediction. And Kata Rogue is much more fun than Retail Rogue because your CC and stuff actually matters. And positioning and all that. You're not just playing some PvE asset outlaw spec every expansion. It's all about how you actually control the game. And your energy management matters, and like using redirect and stuff matters. It's not just like you're flooded with 5 million passive proc comp points. Or you're spamming Eviscerate for like less damage than what a Hemo is in Kata. Because they're just a support spec that's designed to do 3 cheap shots and not do damage. Burn to 359 plus X amount of combat to elite weapon. Okay, cool. So it is like upgrade your weapon actually. I don't think the retail people are going to quit in 1 week. I think Kata actually has some copium staying power. And here's why, right? For one, retail is 500 times worse than it was during Wrath. So there's kind of no choice. Then for two, there's a little bit less PvE. And then for three, it's actually kind of more threes focused. This one's a double-edged sword. I don't know how this one will actually affect it. But properly taking out Glad and rank 1 from 2s and 5s makes a lot more people actually be willing to try to take the game more seriously, and then in which case fall in love with the game. As opposed to just being a sweaty 2v2 person and then raging at 2s and quitting. Like, it's more of a pipeline to like actually be invested in the game. And then I think Transmog is also a lot more immersive for your character. For like actually carrying and stuff. And we've just gotten all the quality of life things that they briefly finally did like way too late in Wrath. They could have made Wrath okay if they had just fixed PvE gear. Like cross realm, race and faction changes. Like all of that shit should have been like in season 5. Yeah. So like there's less, you know, bottlenecks for people to not get pissed off. And I think there's more classes since it's not going to be focusing on 2s. So it's not going to be just HPAL DK, HPAL Warrior. And also people love double DPS, and double DPS is viable. Which is a big deal too. Yeah, the main cons that people are going to be mad about, rightfully so, that are dumb, is profession costs. And GDKP dramas in general, because they only took GDKP out of SOD. But I mean, in general, the PV gear is not that needed. Most people manufacture their own problems of like, oh, I need to get rep, when it's like you can just get the honor and chance, it's fine. The gold that you need for professions and stuff is a big deal. You should go engineering and tailoring, but I would wait a month on the prices to go down. But I think like they've already made some good changes with the conquest stuff, like the not do RBGs and 5s, and the catch-up conquest is a huge deal. Now, if they like got up on ahead of themselves and they like made a giant blue post asking for community feedback and shit. And they like kind of framed it like very sod-like, where they like talked to their player base, and they were like, "Hey, how do you guys feel about us making legendaries later in the expansion, not proc in arena, and you know, nerfing trinkets like Cunning of the Cruel and Vile in half in arena, and just gauge people's reaction to hear 99% yes." They would automatically win the hearts of anyone. Like it'd be the perfect gaslight of like saying we care. And that would get any retail people, if they saw a blue post like that, they would just be like, "Oh shit, they care." Like that's how you win over people's hearts, by talking to them. Not even having to listen, but like just asking us even though they know the answer. Like that would automatically, everyone would be screaming on Twitter. Like it's not hard to like gaslight us into being happy. Even if they never did it, just like making a poll of that would like double the player base of season 9. Because like they'd be like, "Oh, that barrier to entry is now removed. I have more confidence in the future." You know, like 100%. The thing is, like, the I want to be OP guy is already kind of like a top 1 to 5%er of like sweaty. That isn't the majority of like the average Timmy random battleground Andy. Like the average, I hate that, you know, GDKP exists, blah blah. I can't find raid groups, blah blah. Not everyone can hit, you know, 1502's Andy is gonna rejoice at like equality, you know. And then so it's like the noobs are against PvE, and then like the pros are against PvE because they're like, "I don't want to do non-PvP, I just want to play the game." And then the, you know, balanced people are gonna want that too. So like at the end of the day, it's kind of like some Infinity War, everyone showing up, where it's just like the people that actually just need a PvE advantage to win and like are that horny for an advantage, I swear are like 20% less or less. It's just the reason why 80% of people go for that gear is because like it's a fight fire with fire thing. It's just like I'm gonna feel bad if I don't get this. Like at the bare minimum, they at least need to make legendaries not proc in arena. You put in the effort and it's a couple item level higher, fuck it. But yeah. The procs and stuff are a big deal. Especially the staff, because it's a multi-season problem. Like with the daggers, it only ruins the last third of the game, right? Actually, the last quarter of the game, because it's gonna be like half of it is getting it, right? The staff ruins most of 2, and then still ruins 3, and then also is you not even needing to farm conquest to buy a weapon in season 3. So it's like also like a conquest point advantage, you know? mean, Retail Arena is basically just a 10-minute mythic dungeon of grinding someone's mana bar, yeah, and waiting for dampening. Boy, it's so nice to play Pre-Legion sub again. Sucks to lose this Winter Grasp just because we're attacking, and they actually have a 120 group. Personally, I like the old combo point system more, but that's because I came from it. But it's kind of more dynamic that you have to like plan how you're swapping around. Like, oh shit, I don't want to gouge this guy, or like, oh, I peeled this guy and I recouped my points off, and I swapped this guy, and then I sliced my points off, and then I swapped this guy, you know. Like having to be, like, it just means you can be balanced around doing more damage if you have more ramp up time. Yeah, it's nice to just proc crippling sometimes when you're like throwing in a root. I mean, I guess you could put mind numbing on, but Fan and Knives mind numbing for is way too much energy. But I mean, it could be nice where like deadly throwing can like proc mind numbing, I guess sometimes. It depends, but it's just nice to be able to like not use your combo points and throw proc or crippling. Everyone used to do cripple and throw, but maybe mind numbing is just generally better. But I mean, you also could do weapon swaps where you can have 2 different throwing weapons and like swap depending on what you want. But like it like Biskier when you have like infinite conquest points at that point. On my main, I mostly quested, yeah. On my alt, I mostly dungeoned, and dungeoning was definitely faster, especially with a good group. You don't really need to get rep either. It's good to do like a mix of questing and dungeons so that you don't like completely miss out on gear too. Why have you been doing that instead of selling? Because it's just random green items that no one will ever buy. Because the market is already flooded with like thousands of them from people leveling professions. Tailoring has a cape enchant. That's a proc trinket. Really good. Most people just weren't good at Feral. There's only like a couple Ferals like Soda Poppin' and stuff. It was just really criminally underplayed because it was bad in Wrath. People didn't really push it to what it was capable of. Like Soda Poppin' was one of the few actually sweaty Ferals, and the rest were kind of like Zyback kind of Ferals, you know? Eventually, though, even Neilio started to play Feral at the end of Kata, though. He was onto it. He had Angry Clone going on. Nah, he played. Oh, there is not much rune cloth at all on the auction house. These are scam prices too. What higher prices button? Really? Oh, okay. You're right. Oh, you sent 8 gems. Holy, that's huge. Those are like 250 each. He said, thank you for helping me with add-ons and stuff. He was gonna send me something. Hell yeah. Probably gonna sell them, but they're at peak prices. You know, white man at AoE loot. What? Oh, the private server. It's because of better Blizz plates or frames. Bodhi has made kind of a beta test version of the CATA one, and I'm helping him beta test it. I think he put a link to his Discord where he has it, maybe in my Discord. Actually, I don't know if he posted it yet, or it's in my general chat. Yeah, if you want to go to his Better Blizz add-ons Discord, it should be in my general chat of Discord. And yeah, and it's a beta test version. There's gonna be bugs. He's still working on it a lot, but yeah. We got the dark mode and party cast bars. We don't have the absorb indicator yet. I hope that's soon. That's something I really love. I think he's on Benny also, right? The absorb event is gone. Ooh, that sucks. I think there's weak ores for it. Did I dance on them? It's the same add-on I was just talking about. It's like half my UI on retail, and Bodify in my chat right now, the mod, he made it. Yeah, you go into buffs and debuffs, and you gotta check extra aura settings, and then you gotta add the spells you want to track. Good trinket. Cheap shot on my trinket. So spamming trinket disarm. Or no, I think it's just because my disarm dodged. Okay, I was confused. I thought he just pre-CC'd my trinket. It's just because my CC didn't land. Dead here. Spamming blind. Ooh, the other rogue's peeling for me. Still saving my ass. Not sure how that broke. We got the cap. I've been doing good. I'm gonna main CATA, yeah. Retail's gotten a lot worse. Not enjoying it. I don't like playing Outlaw and Essa every expansion and playing like really long mana games. Rocking the no poison build. They expire sometime, man. Link for poison back row, sure. Honestly, I probably just shouldn't have been linking it. I should have won that fight and then linked it, but you know, it is what it is. I didn't push any of the Seasons of Wrath. I didn't want to do all the PV. I was too lazy. But I think I could get away with doing less PV in Kata, especially with the Rook being like a lot stronger than it was. Since I get to be the H-Ball Warrior player, basically, you know. We're probably gonna go for rank 1 all 3 seasons, and we're gonna hopefully maybe get top 4 in the tournament. Hopefully, Copium, depending on who I find. I gotta play with a bunch of people and see who I like. It's also interesting because it's 3-player rosters and not 4. But yeah, we're gonna see how it's going. Feral is what most people say is the strongest, but I like the private server people. Avizur is gonna ult a Feral. I kind of want to ult a Feral. It seems fun. This is my second rogue. My other rogue is Biskier. I already leveled 2 rogues. I just did 40 Resil on chest anyway. Yeah, so much more fun and smooth. Yeah, I mean it's just like the general kind of risk reward, I guess. You're like so much less all in. Wrath is just, it feels like you're just trying to cheese, and it's like you have this PV gear and you're just trying to gas pedal this team before you just automatically get out PV like retail. It feels like you're like running at someone practically double vanishing aggro and shit. And also just vanish immuning in Wrath Classic did not work how vanish immuning worked back in the day because of spell batching being gone. Like 90% of the time your vanish would just break to air. Not even dots, not even a pet hitting you. Like, you would get AoE'd out like 50 yards away from where you actually are for no reason. Because there was like one bug with like server desync where like if you sprinted in a straight line, the server wouldn't update your positioning. Oh, I know how Flare works. I hate it. That's a similar problem. Or it's way too easy to flare compared to how it used to be. But at least flare isn't every single AoE in the entire game. I literally got consecrated 20 yards away by a pally. Like through a pillar. On Runes of Lordaeron. Like, let's say this little hump of the wall, right, is the tomb. He consecrates right here. And he AoEs my vanish. Like here. Literally. I was like 60, like, not 60, but I was like 30 yards away. Like, at least that's just flare, not every single AoE when you have, like, the insurance, you know, OP retail vanish. Yeah, I do wound crippling. And you can do mind numbing or crippling on your throwing weapon. Since deadly throw already slows anyway, it's just like, do you want to be able to manually proc a slow sometimes? When you're, like, stuck in a Nova to, like, get back to your target. It's loss of control alerter. It might also be abbreviated to Loka on Curseforge. Yeah. I'll have all my add-on stuff listed before the season comes out. Crippling or mind numbing, they both work. Personal preference. I just don't think it's ever worth it to like fan and knives for mind numbing. Unless like you're really AFK and like just trying to fuck with someone. You're like not even valuing your damage. But proccing a mind numbing on a deadly throw can still be a good value when like training someone into the ground, but, like annoying them for sure. I got held on my dance. Just the buff filtering, like, that highlights things, you know, and orders them. And, party cast bars and the dark mode. But I think with classic UI, the dark mode's a little more aggressive. So instead of, like, 0.20, I'm doing, like, 0.60. And then, yeah. That's about it. Party cast bars, combat indicator, class colors. Road dance on a go? Yeah, always. I mean, not always, but it could be an extra way to get Sangveen up without having to emo. Like doing Garrote Kidney is really good. That's why the whole Sam X thing, you know, was then going grow kidney. But yeah, it's a good way to like save a global, not having to put up hemo. It's just more CC. It's just, are they gonna be able to line of sight your teammates moving their character, not stunned? Like doing a really slow, like cheap into half kidney is probably safer a lot of the time. It's not on Curseforge yet. Not on one of my mods made on retail. It's really, really good. But this is like a beta version of him trying to make it work on Classic. But if you go into my Discord and you go into the general channel, you should be able to go into his Discord, and then you can... and then you should be able to find it on there if you want to like beta test it, but there's going to be some bugs. It also should be in my binds and add-ons channel. Banning it in both channels. I mean, normally it's on Curseforge. It's just right now it's not like ready for Curseforge. Like he like just started like working on it. So if you're okay with there being some bugs or something, like I'm literally like just sending him bugs that I get to help him with it. But it seems like 90% functional, to be honest. I think he's like A little overcautious, but yeah. I think this is pretty stable. But yeah, you could just join his Discord and download it from there. This is his Discord. Yeah, you can dark mode the whole UI with it. If I wanted to go to 0.1, right? This is like Omega dark mode. If you wanted to go that dark, you know? I have it at 0.6. Sorry with the heavy work, yeah. Tried to re-smoke bomb his smoke bomb, but beat mage is pretty easy. I haven't done that much duels since like actually back in CATA, so I don't know. I've just been too busy gearing the second rogue. Yeah, I told Hansel I would do some duels later, but I've been trying to be productive on getting both rogues ready for Tuesday. Try to do the 50 agility, but I don't know if most enchanters have it yet. At least. Blind the guy if he gets out of the turret. Okay, the other turret is just shooting me. Honestly, this guy is like mentally AFK, so if I go kill the other turret, I don't think this other guy will turn and help this guy. If he does start to shoot me, okay, well, he has a brain. I just gotta make him keep switching. I just got out there. Oh, they're all getting out of the turrets for me. They heard a kite. At least they're not shooting at the demos. Like, wasting their time. Still lost somehow though. Crazy. People just don't have the recipe. I mean, then do the 50 crit, I guess. It's cheap. Yeah, I did. Like 800 gold, I think. We're starting to go down. It's the honor one. Yeah, I wouldn't enchant like anything over a couple hundred golds on a random green. I don't even enchant any of my random greens. Why? I got a budget, you know, for the feral and the warlock, you know, like I'm at 1650 honor exactly. Oh yeah, I can get on use trinket. I'm gonna try double on use instead of king or instead of key. How bad is my hit now though? Under 5, shit. I'm still at 6%. Human melt? Nah. Maybe like when I'm really bored, like towards the end of the expansion, I can pull out my inner Kuna, but too derpy, man. It's very derpy, man. God, backstab spam with bloodlust is so satisfying. I'm doing like double ambush on that dance for the shaman. What is Twitch Turbo? Twitch Turbo has existed literally forever. It might have had a different name before. No, I think it was always Turbo. Yeah, that's existed almost like 5-10 years, maybe more. Yeah, if you can't afford to sub to every individual streamer, it's just like a good way to get like AoE ad immunity. I think you still count as ad revenue for me, even if you do it, but yeah. Obviously, you subbing to me is great, but like at the end of the day, if you watch multiple streams, I get it. Or you could sub to me and then get a working ad blocker for everyone else. But no, Twitch Turbo's been a thing forever. Yeah, I think mine's like $10. Because I didn't play with Czar. Like, he ditched me. Czar's getting taken away happened after, you know, I stopped playing for the season. Blessing in disguise, I guess, you know? Avizura did too many boosts, and anyone that played with him just got guilty by association for playing with boosters. I didn't play double rogue with him, because he's a rogue. I don't play double rogue. Zara, you left my team, he made a new team. You got DQ'd for playing with a booster. And I didn't get to push rank 1, because I just didn't play the whole last 2 weeks of the season. No, I don't think Zara would buy it. Avizura just played both regions and played with a lot of people. He just did too many boosts on the side as well. So just like anyone that played with him got guilty by association. I don't think Zara would ever buy a title. That would be pointless. It just sucks to, you know, he gets guiltied by association like that. But I do also think we would have gotten rank 1 if we kept playing. We were at rank 1 range the whole time when we were hard stuck, even though our win rate was terrible. Like, if we played the last week of the season with inflation, you know, we would have been still like 50 or 100 or whatever, you know. Which still sucks ass, but a lot of that was just TBC was a really stream snipey toxic game. And playing Horde Rogue Mage 2s is fucking awful. Because you just auto lose to every single alliance team just finding you in stealth and never getting an opener. But maybe if I was Orc or something, it wouldn't matter if they find me. I don't know. But it was just so stream snipey. Yeah, but we queued. The last time we queued together was like 3 weeks or a month before the season ended. It wasn't even the 2-week warning yet. And the way it works is only the last week of the season generally matters with how shitty of a system inflation is. So if you just take the ladder rank that you are, like at one point we were number 1 and when we had the gear advantages and stuff, and then we started falling off and it was like 50 to 100. And we were going like 50-50, which was shit. Like we should have like a really, really dominant win rate. But a lot of that is just playing on stream and getting sniped. So I think they were also playing off stream when he was playing with Avizura. But yeah, just playing off stream where you're not getting sniped every single game by humans that find you in stealth 500 yards away. Like if we played Alliance Rogue Mage, it would have been fine. And he made it work with Horde Rogue Mage, but I don't know if it was because like just not playing off stream and getting sniped less, or Orc, or you know, it was a fiesta anyway. But I think the quality of life, we would have been so much less salty at each other if we just played Alliance. Horde is only like if you had full PvE gear and you wanted to play like Rogue Druid. I mean, in general, also 2v2 was just a shithole and we should have just played 3s. But yeah, it sucks that it like made us both so angry at each other. For me, it was just like, I never get an opener or I just get double resisted and then my blind misses and then I get blamed for it and then it's just like really upsetting. TBC was the worst the game's ever been, except for maybe BFA and current Dragonflight. Yeah, you'd use the blue edgy goggles with human, and you legitimately would see them. You see like the little crystal to go in the gate. I would see someone in stealth, because my alt rogue was human and I tested it out. You would see someone in stealth from here, and you literally would just step sap them. It was that stupid if you stacked goggles with perception. I don't know, I still think Dragonflight is better than BFA. But that's like an incredibly low bar. Like, Gushing Wounds was like 40% of your damage. Corruptions were very, very RNG. And there was PvE gear that was viable. I know it's easy to be in the fad of hate the most current version of WoW of all time. Of WoD's the worst the game's ever been. Legion's the worst the game's ever been. BFA is the worst the game's ever been. Shadowlands is the worst the game's ever been. Dragonflight. You know, it's easy to be in that loop. But Yeah, BFA is like Super Saiyan Blue Ultra Instinct level of dog shit. Like, you can't make a game worse than BFA without like even trying. Like, BFA is like the embodiment of Mugambala, where they're like, hey, what do these arena people hate? Okay, they hate Z-axis maps. Okay, let's put that in there. Oh, they hate rooms, like Loron. Okay, let's put that in there. Oh, they hate like weird fucking pillars. Okay, we're gonna make the whole map a random fucking NASCAR square. Like, BFA is just Mugambala, basically. You know? Like, going out of their way to spit on us, because that's like their fetish. It also had the most chores, because visions were way worse than Torghast. It had the most PvE gear, the worst class design, the most RNG. And then also just the most spaghetti bugs, because the PvE gear ended up not even being BIS because of the stupid stat scaling, where, you know, you did different numbers on each other's screens, where being under geared actually like buffed your character randomly. Like, BFA was just mind-bogglingly bad. Like, negative 100 out of 10. Dragonflight is just like 2 out of 10. They tried with solo queue, but like shuffle is the worst way to do solo queue. Like, just a real best of one would have been a better system. All of this catering to healers is not working. Like, they could just give healers more ways to outplay CC. Maybe nerf DRs to like kill triple DR, and like, you know, maybe make DRs take 20 or 24 to reset instead of 18. There's so many things they could do to like let CC stay at 8 seconds, so that it's not micro CC craft. Like, the value of CC per global is just so low, and that's why we have Mythic Dungeon arenas. But like, if they had fixed CC, made a proper solo queue, revamped the rating system and inflation in general to be like a bronze through grandmaster percentage based system. I mean, you shouldn't be getting sleeved. Like, the range is really short, and there's so many other things to stop you. You also just go dragons a lot, because it screws over their mastery. It's kind of like reverse shaman mastery, where it's like they want to be higher than their team rather than people be low. Like, it screws their healing output if you go dragons a lot. Obviously, you shouldn't train him into like 3 walls in a row, but like, you should be doing a lot of like swaps to him if he's like pushing in and doing stuff. Yeah, BFA socketing your gear like nerfed your character by like 1.5% per socket because it affected your PvP item level. Did someone get a buff? I don't think so. Unless you were like hitting someone with no Versa and you had 30 stack flag. Or like Dark Arc or something. I've seen some like 260 Avisses with 30 stack flag, but yeah. I just think going forward, even with War Within, I don't think Arena is their focus. I think all they care about is BG Blitz. Which is why they're not going to fix CC ever. And they're just going to let setup comps and double DPS 2s rot. And it's just going to be pick whatever PvE class does the most of the patch. Oh, now we're DHs. Now we're DKs. Oh, now it's Aster Rogue. Now it's, you know. And that's just never going to be fun or balanced or interactive. So I think the future is like play Kata and Mop. And then like retail is just going to be the BG Blitz game. If you like BGs or something. I'm really excited for Kata. They announced the tournaments. They had like quality of life things with Conquest. There's gonna be like Conquest catch up. Like they did a lot of like okay things. Now they just have to, you know, give us a PSA that they're listening and that they're okay with making some minor like non-class changes, and that they're, you know, gonna get rid of PV gear a little bit. You know, like let's disable the legendaries. They could be higher item level than our PvP weapons. I don't care. Just make them not proc in arena. They can nerf the, you know, PvE trinkets like Vile and Cunning by half in arena. That'd be sick. Remove triple DPS. That one you have to kind of gauge how people feel. But yeah. I think that's also just systemic of it being a more of a low rating problem. And when it does cheese high rated players, it's more of a gearing problem. Because what triple DPS is capable of is kind of directly enabled by the stupid PvE gear. I mean, they could just give Sub Rogue like DH level damage and Dragonflight would still suck ass. Even if Sub Rogue's OP and I'm enjoying it and I'm like killing everyone in duel and shit like it was in January. It's just in January the CC felt less nerfed and like less damp overall because the games were still under like 5 minutes or under because the stamina wasn't buffed yet. But I guess if I did like DH level damage, I feel like the games would still be really long because of the stamina. I don't know. And the 90-second trinket and all that. Even if they make dampening scale more aggressively fast, like Shuffle or something, but in twos. But in general, I think the answer is the opposite, where it's just Shuffle just needs to be a best of one without crazy dampening scaling faster. Shuffle needs to feel like a real threes. They need to emphasize match quality. So they need to like force melee ranged healer. They need to make it the same dampening ratio as threes. And you know, it needs to be like a gateway drug for people to like try a solo queue game and then be like, okay, and then like play real threes eventually. Not just be a completely different balance number structure than real threes, you know? They need to set up the buff size lines and BB frames and not Leatrix? I'm not sure. They might conflict, yeah. You might want to undo what you did in Leatrix or something. Oh, the top right ones are kind of going to be different, I think. Full name it. Yeah, I thought he was you a long time ago. I mean, yeah, that's just the nature of them doing the worst type of solo queue and LFG just being a complete flop. People treat it like LFG is solo queue instead of like a dating app where you have to go through a lot of people you don't like. Because like the idea is to get off of LFG and like meet friends that you want to consistently play with and build on. But yeah, people don't use it that way. You lose one game, you leave. Like, And in general, it's just like there's less than like 50 people total listed, and then like half of them are just fucking boost advertisements. Like LFG is if you don't have like an already full battle tag of people you've known for years, it's very hard to get into the game. Yeah. And even then, you could have a bunch of people that are just fake and they dodge in, they, only queue their mains or they only queue their AWC team and shit. It's just like, yeah, tomorrow, yeah, tomorrow, yeah, tomorrow, like 70 times in a row. Like everyone dodges everyone, everyone's fake. There's plenty of people I tell like too that are like, yeah, I can queue sometime, and then it's just like never happens. Where it's like I feel bad, but try not to do it, but it happens a lot of times. Where it's just like but I try to be more transparent of like if I'm like really down bad, it's like all games, And that's end of the season actual percentage glad in this, not retail welfare glad. Best way to find arena partners, networking. Queue into people and then just whisper them, say GG when you lost, not when you won. Give them a compliment. You're really good at faking my kick. And then you say, yeah, you want to queue sometime, You duel people, you ask them to queue. You just kind of recognize people you queue into a lot or queue with, Ask your guildies. Ask friends to ask other friends, and then, find out you like their friend's friend more than you like them. You gotta do the networking and stuff. Would you answer? Yeah, I said it's like retail glad. What's up, Mr. J? How you been doing, man? There is pre-made finder, yeah. But it's probably gonna have the same problems as Wrath and retail. The Classic has done a couple things differently. I mean, they added Dungeon Finder like late to Wrath when Wrath already had it. Just that it's like hard to, find people that actually like want to consistently play and like, options and all that. LFG is usually just pretty toxic. Yeah, Horde, you're gonna be very screwed. It's like 99 to 1. If you're not like Chanimal is like the only like known Horde. Is there not actually a pre-made group for PvP? I thought there was. Maybe when the season starts it'll like appear right here. I didn't even realize they did that. I didn't realize they did that. That's crazy. I mean, I can't answer that, Brute, because I'm like, I've had people on my battle tag for years, and also like when I'm doing like viewer twos and shit, I'm like extra overqualified, and people are like excited to like, you know, get free carry. So like I can find queues fine, and I haven't been in the I'm looking to meet new people stage ever. Outside of like actual real Wrath Kata mop, you know, when it was like more Wild Westy. But I mean, nowadays it's like everyone has everyone on battle tag, and they queue into everyone and know who they're queuing into, and it's, you know, everyone knows everyone's small town. Very different than the I'm gonna go duel someone in Elwyn, and we're gonna both YOLO queue even if he has no CR kind of thing, you know? Nowadays, I'm never gonna push rank 1 with a stranger. It's gonna be someone I've played with for like multiple seasons, you know? It's very different than how it used to be for finding people. But I'm kind of out of touch with like the new way of how bad LFG truly is. And the thing is, shuffle is the worst way to do solo queue though at the same time. Like if it was truly best of one melee range healer, same level of dampening as threes, and you just eventually found someone and you're like, yo, you want to queue some more non-solo? And you know, eventually you would find someone. No one likes being stuck with a griefer for 6 games in a row. And then being like, oh, I'm playing well, but this guy's going 0-6, so I go 3-3. That's never a good feeling. Normally they would tank out of your rating in like 2 L's, you know, maybe 3. Or you would just get more variety every other game in general. Or you could be like, oh, this guy's queuing and I always queue into this guy multiple times. I'm just gonna stop queuing because I don't want to like lose a billion games in a row. I'll queue back in an hour when he's gone. But like, it's also just like the amount of time you hold the healer for, where it's like, you have a healer and it's, you know, a 20-minute lobby plus. They're not like in circulation enough, you know? Even if like, let's say the average queue went to like 7 minutes for like a best of 1. And let's say you, in 42 minutes, you play 6 games. Or, you know, you get 6 queue pops. And that's like worse than getting a 35-minute shuffle pop where you play 6 rounds. It doesn't really matter because of the flexibility. And even then, the flexibility would make the queue time shorter in a nutshell. Because most people don't have time for 6 games sometimes. You come home from school, you come home from work. Or, you know, you're actually in a real queue sesh. And your partner goes, oh, I gotta go walk my dog for 15 minutes. And, you know, or like, you just want to play 1 game for like 10 minutes. But the whole getting stuck in a lobby for 6 rounds is just super toxic. Like, shuffle is just such a dog shit way to do solo queue, and I don't know why they're like making their bet on that. It's like just to spite us of like, oh, you guys wanted solo queue for like 10 years? Let's do it in the stupidest way possible. That might as well be a stupid battleground. Like, I don't know. Like, it's just such a horrible way to do it. It breeds so much toxicity. And it's so easy for people to win trade. Because you hit your target and then you get an insta-free 6 win trades in a row, you know? And the queues are so long, you can like coordinate it and shit. Like there is a shuffling like win trade epidemic. Especially with like the whole alt spot stuff, where your alts can not take a rank 1 spot. Where people don't care about rank 1 on their alts as much. And then you have the toxicity of people calling people win traders even when they're just tilted and playing bad. Where it's just like anyone that plays bad is now a win trader. It's kind of like League of Legends syndrome, you know, accusing people of inting. No, it's classic Vlad, not retail. So it's percent based. And Peekaboo's probably still doing viewer 2s, you know? I think I saw Palomar, or not Palomar. Not Aegis. Someone was playing shuffles the other night. And it seemed like the keys were popping and they said it wasn't that dead. I think it might have been Palomar. But I don't know. In general, I want to play pre-Legion sub, man. I'm so bored of playing Asa and Outlaw all the time. Yeah, I think this is not as like retail isn't as bad as BFA, but that is such a low bar and everyone is really mad, and War Within hasn't really won anyone over outside of a couple Windwalker people. Because Windwalker is getting a nice couple quality of life things. It's like the only class that's kind of remotely has a designer that has any idea what's going on. Every other class is just here's 4 more weak aura passive like bloat procs that you have to manage now, and here's more random pets all over your screen. And by the way, we're not fixing CC durations at all. Good luck playing micro CC craft because, you know, we want everyone to just Diablo AoE each other in Battlegrounds. But at least you get a cool loading screen where you can see all your characters. I mean, I will play it because I'm addicted and I want to actually make a fair opinion. But everything I've seen, I'm not excited. It just seems like they're doubling down on everything I hate. Hero talents very, very scare me. They've said that they're not changing CC in interviews and stuff. And they had that one gem embellishment that gives you CC reduction during setups and CC in general. And setup comps were already extinct. And they kept talking about how they want to cater to healers even more, even though it's not working. There's no amount of catering that will make people want to heal outside of like letting them make flashy plays where they immune CC to win the game and flashy plays where they get game-winning CCs. No one cares if healers are doing damage. No one cares, you know. I mean, healers doing like go damage is nice, but like spam sustain, like smite pressure or like disintegrate spam, just bad. But like contributing like a multi-100,000 dragon burst with like, you know, a big fire breath or something, I could see that being satisfying, but yeah. Do Winter Grasp whenever it's off CD every 3 hours, religiously. Set an alarm for Winter Grasp on your phone. Worth like multiple battlegrounds and you can just mentally AFK it. During's going good. We're like halfway done already. I mean, I'm not gonna get like a dungeon weapon on this character, but... Grizzly Hills, Staylays give 270. That's nice to know. I know there's like a Hellfire one too, right? Still have to turn in my Toll Brad one and my Winter Grasp one even on this character. Just the Qs have been too quick. Too slow at stalling it. Season 1, it might be H-Pal, even though H-Pal sucked back in the day. Because there's gonna be a lot of cleaves. It's gonna be good into like all the hunters for like Bug Cleave, which is Rogue Hunter, and Jungle, which is Feral Hunter. Those will be really, really popular, and Paladin will be one of the few healers that could kind of heal that. Then Priest, and then Shaman will be really good most of the expansion, but it's gonna struggle a little bit with those cleaves in Season 1. Probably Pally, then Priest, then Shaman. But for a lot of the rogue stuff, you're probably gonna want to play with the Priest. Yeah, I think Priest is probably your most flexible, most fun pick. And most consistent throughout everything. What's up, Donnie? For healing. Been watching the VODs. Sorry that they've all been like leveling VODs and gearing VODs, but you know, because I haven't played my main in a couple days since I got like done with the gearing. Almost. They're breaking it. Both anyway. I don't know how we're losing this as a team. Rogue SP works, yeah. There's a couple other things SP can try too. It's not usually as good as RLS, but or RMP or Thug Cleave, but I have no undefending farm. I probably should have, but yeah. ADD, I gotta go ninja like 5 million bases per game, you know. Find his trinket in a second. Oh, they're coming to break my CZ. No. Death Knight, please. As soon as I saw it wasn't Mez on the Death Knight, I'm like, I have no faith in the kit. But then he showed me wrong. Turned his brain on. He sat there. He didn't break it. I'm proud of him. Any retail Death Knight would have broken that. The average solo shuffle DK, 100 out of 100 times, runs in there and just chains of ices the fucking sap for no reason. You can do pre-med recoup sometimes. Not always. Depends like how many globals you're gonna get and stuff. But a lot of times you can just do pre-med, cheap shot, hemo, energy pool into half kidney, and then dump a couple backstabs. Or you could do growth into kidney. Just depends. Oh, belts? Yeah, I got a vendor. Trying to just snipe just only the magma totem and then try to ninja like inside the flag. Look to his elemental mastery and everything else. Try to get this. I just got an achievement. Me and the captain making it happen. That's not the 5. And we're at 5 of this game already. Sort by bases assaulted. Yeah, we're in a pre-made. Been pumping. I've been queuing them with them for like, you just now noticed? I've been queuing with them for like 5 hours. Maybe 4. You've been in here longer than that. This 14 like I also a pre-made. Shouldn't be this close. You can pretty much play any kind of double DPS. You can play Rogue Hunter, Rogue Boomy, Rogue Shadow Priest, Mage, Rogue Healer. Same with like Feral. Feral's really good. Rogue Boomy's fun. You're only gonna have a bad time if you play like Rust the Druid. One for my 6th ninja of the game. need poisons. I see pre-skins. Poison Wally skin. Pre-walls. Still putting on poisons, guy. Gonna expose armor, even though it's very rare I ever press it. Gonna leave bear form, surely, right? Pre-wall. Normally I'd want to cloak fairy fire instead. Get up a rupture. Surely he will leave bear eventually. Going through the bear, I guess. This root actually is like the one angle to the right where I can't ambush even though I'm behind him. Bleeds don't break so I can gouge. Warlock's coming to help him. Help. Farm. Typing in chat. I'm gonna die in like the next couple globals. Get this guy before I die. Pop a health potion even though it's cringe. And this guy helped me. Whatever I can do to stall the flag until someone rotates. Clock's gonna spin it. Can't really stop it. Bro, before I die. Interrupted it. Oh yeah. Interrupt the flag cap from the grave. I mean, they're turtling really hard on 2 bases even though they're losing. I don't know why. At least I'm making them keep a lot of people at their bases to defend. Stable's gone. I guess they'll get farmed, surging around in a circle. Yeah, Trill's also in here, Zap, if you didn't notice. Well, that's not going good. I don't like fighting in the middle of the road, but might make this the last battleground of the night. I'm kind of getting a little tired. We already made a good progress. We're like a handful of items away from done. Need boots, rings, maybe second trinket, bracers, chest, cape. And we got half of it done in like 6-7 hours. That's not that bad. That's not even like doing that many winter grasps. We've been doing pretty well with winning. I should have kicked the monkey stun or blinded the monkey. Oh, blinds on CD anyway. I have an auto ad going off in 2 minutes with no snooze. Hoping this BG would end. I had literally like snoozed 15 minutes of this BG. Been going on for so long. 21-minute BG. Maybe I run the ad now so you guys can see the finale, because I don't think this is ending in 2 minutes. I don't want people to miss the ending. Push turbo, ad block sub. Maybe I should defend that. Looks like they're doing. Get an 8th ninja of the game. Trill's going for the cap. I'll bomb it. Or that's not Trill, but Galinsky's going for the cap. Gets it. Remember does work? Yeah, it does. It's not the best for me, but like I feel bad when ad breaks go off because it's hard for me to always have like a snooze at the right time or like the auto ads. But at the end of the day, I know people can't sub to everyone. I feel bad when people are forced to watch ads. Ads suck. Part of me being able to press go live. Otherwise, I'd have no time to stream. But yeah, I mean, you can find ad blockers that actually work. You can Twitch Turbo. You can Prime. You know, you can drop a normal sub. Like, there's ways around it. Yeah, but sometimes it's like if I'm saying something important and then they're like, "Oh, I got an ad," and then I have to like type the answer to them. I mean, it's just practicality. Yeah. If you watch multiple people, you turbo. You can't get a working ad blocker, you know. Should have did that DRG kind of energy starve. The reason I thought it was like still that it would last longer. Maybe he has like the meta gem or something weird. But it felt really short. My base is assaulted. 8. You still give revenue even with turbo. Oh, they all call GGs anyway. Nice. Brad. It is time to be asleep. I need to get some sleep, do some IRL stuff. Love you all. Thank you for the subs. We got 2 more days till arena starts. We're gonna finish gearing this character tomorrow. And we're gonna have 2, you know, geared rogues. This one obviously isn't gonna have like NG goggles or anything, but yeah, we're almost there. I mean, at least I can actually do damage now on this character, which is kind of nice. Can't wait till I actually get like tailoring enchant. But yeah, appreciate you all. Find someone to go toss a raid to. Do we raid Grayson even though he's doing well already? We'll raid Grayson. GG's guys. Better response? I mean, there's no one like playing Kata that I like play with, you know, right now. It's like the only person I know that well. So, I mean, I could maybe raid Existence. I don't know what he's doing. But I'm just gonna raid Grayson. Yeah, like Existence is like leveling a warrior or something, right? I don't know if you guys want to watch the leveling. Yeah, GG.